Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addicts live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Delegating commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican priest, Verbus Latino.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Good Friday. Happy Good Friday to all of you. Oh, man. I need to reset that camera. It's flickering. All right. We'll take care of that here just 1 second. We'll go right here. Hold tight just 1 second. Okay, it's resetting and rebooting. I'll have to do a little setting change on it as well. Let's see if it fires up right. We got a few things to take care of this morning. First of all, it is Friday. Happy Friday to you. Happy Good Friday to you. There we go. Let's see if that works. That looks a little bit better. A little bit better. We'll take it. We'll take it. Yeah, I did have to reassemble my studio because we did a live stream for my wife's channel yesterday. Mrs. RA. Well, actually, I was Mr. HGZ. I was Mr. HGZ yesterday because I was on her channel. But it was a lot of fun. Thank you for all those. I know we had a lot of crossover from this channel to that one, so thank you for all those who did show up over there to give her support. That was really fun. We did about an hour and a half answering questions about homeschool. If you're interested in homeschool, I do recommend my wife's channel. I'm a little biased, but she is good. So you're welcome to go over there and rewatch it if you'd like. It was fantastic, a lot of fun. I sound different. Do I sound okay? All right, sounds good. We have another thing to take care of is the internet gifting, which we had a situation this morning where we had someone receive the internet, or rightfully win the internet, and then opt to re-gift the internet. And I consulted the rule book. I believe it was section 523.4, subsection 3, or something like that. Under the white elephant doctrine, it is permissible to re-gift the internet one time per live stream. And so the internet was re-gifted to Red Pen, who says, I don't think I want the internet. I'm just up anyhow and not yet moving. So I'm always around here when RA opens up. Well, Red Pen, congratulations. Whether you like it or not now, the internet is all yours. No pressure, right? No pressure with 11,000 subs. I'm sure not all of them will be on at the same time. But it's not really the subs you have to worry about, because it's everyone else in the world that uses the internet that you also are responsible for. So please, good luck with that. I'm sure you're going to do a great job. Thank you so much for being early in chat and for winning the internet today. Appreciate it. We are starting a little bit early today. It is Friday. Friday is podcast day as well. We have a podcast tonight, starts at 8 p.m. on this channel. It's going to be a lot of fun. Let's see. No Pants Friday, Happy Easter, says Sharon McDonald. Big shout out to JB this morning as well. Welcome, JB. Let's see, we've got, who else do we have in chat? We've got Clipson's Vixen, Toxic Orchid, Red Pen, Be Kind, Sharon McDonald. Jeeps is here. Be Kind, there you are. Amber is in the house. She re-gifted the internet. Let's see. Ritz is here. It's working. My mouse is working. I can click and scroll. This will help. Okay, Lee, Red Pen, Toxic Orchid, Jeeps, Tamara Hernandez made it here early. Great job, Tamara. Good to have you here. Toxic Orchid, Horse Sheet and Bananas, got you. Just updated. I'm way down at the bottom now. I missed about a billion people roughly. Tony Fortune, Tish, good to see you again, Tish. Not a Drama Llama, Jiggly Jewels, Bella, Lou W, Les Worthington, Minnie Pearl, Carol Gerald, Richard on a Globe is here. Welcome, Richard. Julie Fraser. School holidays here, and I no longer like my child. I don't want to hear his voice anymore. Ask me dumb questions. I won't make it. Oh, Julie. It's funny that, sometimes a holiday can't come soon enough, and then the holiday's here, and we're like, we need the holiday to be over. JT Brews Crime is here as well. Jeanette French. Sharon McDonald, be kind. I'm not a cat. Golden Mom, 513, welcome. And Wolf, Les Worthington, KQD. I missed your weather report, KQD. I imagine it chopped it off when it updated. Bama Liz, Ann G, Christine McInnes, TA, Buzz Nevermore, March 13, Sear, Dauntless Beezy, Judy is here, Melissa, Christy Aiken, Katrina, good morning, Katrina, Dennis Meinard, good morning, Tony Fortune, good to have you here, Corey C, Rollin' Steady, Bella, Excited Utterance, TLC Bell, Stacia Lee, Jeeps, we got you, Jeeps, Suzanne, TA, Margaret Schlegel, sorry, Margaret, Cope and Whiskey, good morning, Cope and Whiskey. Love this music. I want it as my alarm. It can be. You just set the subscribe button to active and to ring the bell, and it can be your alarm. Marilyn Skoll, Kib Kitty, Heather, good morning to you. Love hearing the Judge Schroeder intro. I love it as well. Right now I still manually trigger it. I have to incorporate it permanently into the intro. That's why the timing is a little off every morning. Kevin, good morning. Lisa B, Miss Winters. Okay, Lisa Wilmot, good morning to you, Lisa. Good to have you here. Mel Mack, Jeeps, Hope S, Jill C from Illinois. Good morning, Jill. Excited Utterance, Brenda Gans. I've binge-watched your coverage since I found your channel. Amazing. Subbed in the wee hours. Brenda, thank you so much. I think I saw that comment from you. Glad to have you here on a live as well. Hope you do enjoy it. Looking forward to your comments and questions. Cachette is here. Demarius Gonzalez, Dennis Maynard.
Peace hand sign and blue heart, blue heart, blue heart, blue heart, blue heart, blue heart, blue heart,
Yes.
blue heart, blue heart, blue
We
heart,
get some blue
heart.
hearts here today. Let's see where that one came from. It'll lose my place, but Cajun Girl, thank you so much. The blue hearts, obviously, for Gannon today as we continue to follow the trial involving his death. Thank you very much, Cajun Girl. Appreciate your support and the blue hearts today. Sarah Morley, Denise Feldman Ersland, Carol Lynn, Lisa B, Bama Liz, Hello Kitty, Tish, Debbie Wilson, Ivan Victor. He's mocking my lack of biceps is what's happening here. I'll find a way to get back to you, Ivan, or get you back, one of the two. Ritz, KQD, missed that one.
Good morning. Thank you for making my 30 minutes drive to work bearable. BTW, I have the maple pickles and it's a house addiction now.
That is awesome. The whole house is addicted to the spicy maple bourbon pickles. I don't feel bad at all for getting you hooked on them. They are wonderful. Brianne, thank you so much. I'm sad that you can only be here for half an hour. Hope you get to catch up some on the replay later in the day. Thank you for your support. Let's see, KQD, we had you, Pampered Glamper. Yes, Kenneth White, what is your YouTube award? My YouTube award, behind me here. Right, I can't quite reach it because it's just out of reach, but let me pull out this replica model I've had made of it. It's this one right here. It's sparkling because I don't know, it's seen some green somewhere. So the YouTube award says, Recovery Addict, congratulations on surpassing 5,000 subscribers. This was made by the Creative Bee, who's a wonderful supporter of the channel. She has an Etsy channel where she makes handcrafted awards like this. So this is not an award from YouTube, but it's a YouTube award as we crossed 5,000 subscribers. It seems like just yesterday. We've grown so fast recently that it's been amazing. I may get another award at some point, but none will be as important to me as this one. This was just really touching. It showed up at the P.O. Box without warning, and it's my favorite. It's my favorite. So thank you. If you want an award like this, if you want something created for either a family member, for a friend, for employees or something, a boss, whatever you want, Debbie has an Etsy channel called the Creative Bee, where if you want that, you can just type exclamation point B in chat, and it will show you the link for that. She does. I mean, the quality of this is unbelievable. It's like the whole 3D floating image thing, the case, the hanger. It's beautiful. Highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. So if you need something like that created for someone, and it's not just YouTube awards, she does all sorts of different things. I'd highly recommend reaching out to her that way. But thank you for asking. That's my YouTube award, the 5,000 subscribers. We're now just over 11,000, I think 11,270 or something. Please move your cup. My cup is empty right now, which I will fix right now, Pauline. Carefully. I'll carefully fix it. So here's your warning, I guess. It is good. It's good water. All right, the cup is safely moved away from the electronics today, so we should be all right. Let's see, Lisa, Tony Fortune, Red Pen, Toxic Orchid, Carol Cottle, First Lady A, JT Brews Crime. Reassembling the studio is like the world's worst Lego set ever. JT, I love electronics. Okay, I'm a bit of a nerd that way. I have probably more electronics than you need to run a YouTube channel. I've actually acquired these over many years. Some of the components are 6 to 8 years old, but I've acquired all these components and cables and connectors and adapters and everything, and I love every single bit of it. It is the most stressful thing in the world to connect these right, and I realize I can make anything happen here. I can plug any audio or video source into any audio or video destination. I have enough adapters to make anything happen, but making sure it's all connected right and working is like the world's worst challenge. And when we have to break it down and reassemble it, it is the world's worst Lego set without an instruction. I just have to go off memory, but it's fun. I like it, and I think it's all working today, which is good. Speaking of which, let me switch over there. Okay, there we go. Okay, Ivan Victor, good morning. Tony, Anna from Germany, you're brilliant, and I love your channel. I'm addicted to it. Be blessed. Thank you so much, Anna. I appreciate you being here all the way from Germany. Red Pen, it was a great live stream. Fun to see you two interact. My wife is fantastic at this. She doesn't think she could do it live like that. I said, she's a natural. It's where I learned from her. So I would encourage you, anyone who has interest in homeschool, to go check out her channel and watch that live stream. It was fun. Alpha Photographer, good morning to you. Love the Nikon in the image there. Although I am using a Sony and not a full frame at that.
Taking it easy.
I'm kickback, taking it easy all Friday. Sharon McDonald, Carly 196, Cajun Girl, Lynn Hoke. Not a Drama Llama is here. Watched Mrs. R.A.'s live this morning. It was very informative and great. Thank you, Not a Drama Llama. Appreciate that. Lisa, I see you as well. Let's see who else. Excited Utterance, Dusty Den. Hello from New Mexico. Hello, Dusty Den. Salty Fishing Girl, Nanny Apple, Debbie Wilson, Jennifer Cardillo, Nikki Zeebs. I do homeschool my daughter, and I love your wife's channel. That is awesome, Nikki. She does a great job. And she'd love questions. Like if you have questions on what she can do a video on and answer for you. Her format is more pre-recorded videos that she posts, but I'm trying to get her to do more live videos. It was subsection 4. I apologize, Amber. I didn't have the book in front of me at the moment. The great book of internet ownership rules. Hold Your Horses is here. Suzanne, Lisa, Kikudi. Is your green screen in trouble? Saw most of that Ground Zero. Is your green screen in trouble? I saw most of that Ground Zero. Awesome as ever. Is my green screen in trouble? What do you mean about the green screen in trouble? Let's see. Jiggly Jewels, Red Pen, Perfectly Imperfect. Lisa, good morning.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Unbeaten, sorry. Alita Barragan, good morning from South Florida. Good to have you, Alita. Bama Girl.
Alex Stollett.
Tina P. Danielle Marie, Rev Minister, good to have you, Rev. Mark Harper, anyone from Indiana here? You might be the sole representative for Indiana. We'll have to check, see if there's anybody else. Shout out to JB up in the great frozen north of Canada. Wendy, good morning. Just about finishing up. Oh, no. Holy cow, you guys are talking too fast. Let me do this. Let me go faster on the roll call, and we'll see if we can get done because we've got some things to cover. We've got time before court starts, but we have a few things to cover. We have a timeline that's courtesy of Amber of Calypson's Vixen, one of our great mods, who put together a timeline that we can walk through that makes a little more sense logically because it's chronologically based than the arrest affidavit we covered yesterday. And we also have 2 letters to the judge. 2 letters from the judge and some interesting differences between those letters. So we'll check those out. Jill Ballard, Cajun Girl, Red Pen, Michael Cavarnos, sorry, Michelle Cavarnos. I messed up both names, Michelle. Please forgive me for that. Sorry, I'll try to get it right. I'm new here, but love your channel. Love from Cape Town, South Africa. Michelle, thank you so much for connecting all the way from South Africa. Brianne Malcolm. Ed Gein is here. Hyper One. Mr. Upper Torso, or Mrs. Mr. Upper Torso, thanks for calling in yesterday. Good to hear your voice and find out that we were a little bit misled by your name. Last Poet, Samantha Williams, Donna G, Kitty Kitty Bang Bang is here. Pittsburgh Proud, Carolyn, Lily Georgieva, Lily Georgieva. If I close my eyes, I can say it better. JREPTX, Agent K, Salty, Rolling Steady, rolled in early today. Good morning. Good to have you here, Rolling Steady. Roll safe. Jen D, Red Pen, Kristen Ike, sorry. My eyes are just not working this morning. Ed Gein, Lisa, Eileen Thurling, Kip Poe is here. Hello. Kip Poe Spiker. Spiker? Is it a K or a ch sound? Spiker. Dara Z. Tried to add you to WhatsApp on your burner. Yes, I'm sorry. I saw the message come in. Give me a minute. I have not had a chance to look at that, but it did come through on WhatsApp. So maybe this will work properly. Let me actually look, because if WhatsApp will let me. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna have to figure this out, because when I pull up WhatsApp, it has my other number, because I use this with a different service for other purposes. But let me check. I've got to figure it out, because right now WhatsApp's tied to a different phone, and it's complicated. That's what it is. I need to change my setting to it's complicated. I use it for other purposes outside of this channel, and I do use WhatsApp a lot. I realized that would be a great way to bring in some callers from outside of the U.S. without having them having to pay ridiculous phone charges. And so we'll look and see if we can do that. Sassy Girl 69 is here. Heather Barnett, Morpheus 5, Irish Bella, Shar is here. Planner Newbie Pro. Janet Matson, Golden Mom, we got you. Kiefer, Chris Carroll, good morning. Carol Gerald, Jeanette French, Irish Bella, Knoxville Agent, Judy, Katrina, Michelle Cavarnos, Irish Bella again, Jennifer Van Aswagen.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
I do that a lot. Kenneth White, Canned Laughter, 7, Hope S, GMA Nabi, Roberto Pacheco. Roberta Pacheco. There we go. That was close enough, I think. Cajun Girl, Karina 53, Ed Gein, Lynn Francis, Rhonda Allen, Katrina. This roll call has taken a long time. Danny, I apologize. We're going to get done here. 42 in the Daybell jury pool to be whittled down to 18 today. Opening statements Monday. That's moving along. Cope and Whiskey. I heard they've allowed the grandparents to be present in court, which was a good thing. Pittsburgh Proud with a 1 month anniversary chat. Thank you very much, Pittsburgh Proud. Good to see that new color next to your name. Appreciate your support. Canned Laughter, how's everybody doing? We're doing great. Red Pen. Matthew Harris is here in the house. Good morning, Matthew. Martha Emery. Viree, Beach Lover. Howdy. Good to have you, Beach Lover. Grandma Nancy. Hi from Ireland, from Jennifer. Hello. Welcome from Ireland. Good morning, Julie Pulido. Sorry, Julie. I struggled with your name as well. Everyone's name is just, He's taking a beating this morning. It's just awful. I apologize, Julie. Thank you so much. Good to have you here. Great supporter of the channel. Let's see. Kitty Kitty Bang Bang. Good morning. Sarah Morley. Margaret Schlegel. You got it right. Exactly right the second time. I tried. Diane Plummer. Mildred. Last Poet. We got you, Last Poet. Miss Beezy. Jennifer Van Aswegen. Good morning from Ireland, Jennifer. Suzanne. John Blake.
Let no dead horse
I'm almost caught up. I'm almost caught up. We're getting there. I'm just gonna go with the hands in chat in case I missed anybody. Maisla, Kenneth White, Gordon, Catatonic, John Link, Perfectly Imperfect Lisa, Kay Paterson, Linda Hill, Tessie Cooper, Excited Utterance, Randy Rabbit, Suzanne, my girl. What's your wife's channel? It is Homeschool Ground Zero. If you go on my channel page and look at Friends of the Channel and scroll all the way to the right, I think you'll see her channel on there. But if you go on the YouTube, like my YouTube channel page, you can find a link there. And to some other great friends of the channel as well. Michelle Sarnowski, Amy C. Autistic Zebra, welcome. Wow, Tina P just gifted 5 memberships, so we've got a few more people who are going to be in green here this morning. We'll see who they are when we get down to that. Bella, Trip Show. I was working yesterday, got a notice from homeschool and checked in on my break. So surprised to see live with the Recovery Addict. What's up today on trial? More testimony. It's gonna be good stuff. But we're also covering some things before then. As soon as we finish up the roll call here, Mr. Upper Torso, got you, Linda, Susan. Let's see, One Who Sees. Hope you're doing well, Wendy. I know you did not greet me again. You don't get to slack off just because there's another Wendy. Well. Wendy, I see you now. I'm sorry. JT, got you, Mountain Mama. How long if you can't sing along? Sarah Morley. Lara Pertula. Lara Puchla. Sorry. I've done better on your name before, Laura. I apologize. I Rescue Dogs. Trip Show. Lynn. 6-volt bus, Scared Owl. I think we're about caught up. I think I got everybody. Jennifer, I've got you. Texas Val, Catatonic, 6-volt bus, Darcy Johnston, Kim Marin, Home Along If You Can't Sing Along. I think I'm caught up. Okay, everybody else has to just type ! late. That will put you on the roll. And even if you weren't late, that was my fault, but you can do that. All right. Sorry, that was a long intro. I do apologize for that. I'm going to try to. I am trying to get a better system of roll call, and we will get there eventually here. Let's see. I need more brightness on my screen, and my little touch bar is not working on the MacBook Pro. Thank you for forgiving me if I missed you. Good to have everyone here. All right, we've got a couple things to cover, and I think, let's see, we want to do the letters first. From here. I had them just a second ago. Wait for it. Oh, they were in my email.
A lawsuit.
That's where it was. Okay. There's the letters. We're going to start with the letters and send this to my iPad. Let's see, 8, 12, 20, or 21. We're going to start with the first letter first, which is the harder one to read. But we're going to zip this over to the laptop. Okay, and open it. Okay, this is letter number 1 from Letecia to the judge. Give me just 1 minute to have it up on the screen, and we'll follow along here. Okay. Switch to 3. There we go. All right, here we go. Letter number 1. First of all, I forgot. Tina, we wanted to say who was received the memberships you gifted. I need to find where that came in. Looks like Agent K, Hum Along If You Can't Sing Along, Last Poet, Marcy C, and Kimberly Dutter. All gifted memberships. And thank you very much, Tina, for that generous donation. Congratulations to the new winners. Make sure you take a seat by typing !seat in chat and move right up to the front row. One of the perks of being a member is front row reserved seating. All right, here we go. Let's... I think I'm up for reading a little bit more. And you guys might need to help me because this handwriting is not the easiest to read in this letter. But do pay attention to the handwriting because it changes in letter number 2. This is a Letecia letter. Yes, it is. So this is for Judge Gregory Warner. It says, good afternoon, sir. This is filed August 17th of 2020. Good afternoon, sir. I thank you for taking the time out to read my letter and concerns about an unfair process that is going on in my case. I've expressed these concerns several times to my defense team and feel that I have not been afforded my rights as a United States citizen. It has been 5 months and I've met with my defense team one time in March 2020. Does this just scream Sarah Boone already? It is in the middle of August. I understand this pandemic is unforeseen, but I don't feel I should be held unconstitutionally, denied access to my attorneys, have constitutional rights violated, and be abused in the process. First, we need to do better than that. Hang on. First, as you know, there's over 30,000 and growing pages of discovery in my case. I cannot successfully participate in my defense on a phone call 3 times a week, 1 hour at the jail. I have no way to view any videos, read any reports, review phone something, etc. I am not an active participant in my case. I know that the jail is listening to my attorney-client calls, as on several occasions I commented about someone or something specific, and the jail immediately acted upon it. Officers also wait outside the door, easy to hear, and sometimes a video camera is on at the TV near the phone. Sir, these things are a violation of my rights. In addition, I have no way to write these things down, as I am always restrained, with more times than not causing injury. I understand I cannot tell the jail how to run their facility, but I know that I cannot ignore my rights being violated. Next, sir, I understand that the 8th Amendment protects cruel and unusual punishment, and I know the Supreme Court says punishment can be just for crimes. However, I'm in a county jail, and I'm presumed innocent, not to mention I am innocent, and we will prove it. I've been a pillar in my community in South Carolina. I have no adult record, never done drugs, and have a doctorate degree in education. I've proven myself as a responsible citizen and should not be subject to civil punishment that I receive at CJC. Over 15 plus times I have been abused in transport, ranging from injured ribs, not on my head, several ankle and wrist bleeding, bruising on my knee in my cell, loss of feeling in my hands several times, and I've had to be on Ensure 2 weeks due to the poison comments, and just recently on 8/11/2020, I received threats in my peanut butter because I provided evidence of not only my innocence, but evidence that I will show who it was through my PI. As a result of this, I assume their runners use people in trusted positions in jail to send me threats in my food, and I'm terrified of what will happen next. I don't know how I'm supposed to properly defend myself going through this unfair punishment, being denied my constitutional rights, being denied access to my attorneys, being under scrutiny, causing my daily mental disturbances, being restrained, causing injuries, being denied law library access, etc. This is not okay in a county in which our country prides itself on democracy, a country with a flag that got a hole in it at Flanders Field in World War I, one that turned blood red in World War II, or the one that got cut with a sword at Chancellorsville. Through all this, the flag stood. We raise her up every morning because this country still stands for freedom, perseverance, justice, and vigilance. And I know that what Congress decided on June 14th, 1787, Flag Day, that it still rings true, that not even the evil terrorist of 9/11 can take the American spirit away. However, I'm showing the same things.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
I'm showing the same things that the flag showed: valor, courage, purity, and innocence. To write to you to say, I do not feel like a U.S. citizen being treated this way in my beloved country. I'm not getting a fair process. I'm not getting represented properly, and I'll give the benefit of doubt of a pandemic. But the other unjust treatment is not the way that our founding fathers intended this process. Hang on, I have to move me so we can see the rest of it. Hang on. Run over here. Oops. That doesn't help to be bigger. Intended this this process to go. Not to mention, no pandemic, no terrorist attack, no police riots, etc., can stop our country from being the greatest on earth, upholding the law and staying true to following one's constitutional rights. This is just the surface of my concerns as you, I'll move back here, as you diligently for and cannot do that if I'm not afforded those rights. If I'm fighting for my life daily, I'm clearly no threat to myself, etc. Again, this is just the surface of my concerns and asked that something be done so I can get this behind me, move past this trial in life, forgive those who persecuted and afflicted me, continue to be a soldier for Christ, and repair my mental state, and most importantly, grieve. I need those constitutional rights in order to be successful and participate in this process. I'm a prisoner bound in chains, like Paul said, and I know that my Bible's not bound. I also know that he appointed people in authority and to respect them because they are chosen to uphold the law. Please accept this as my letter of letting you know first, not going over the court's head and following the appropriate chain of command. Something has to be done, sir. Thank you. God bless. Signed, Letecia, Dr. Letecia. P.S. If there's any possible way to receive acknowledgement of your receipt of this letter so that I know you're aware, period. That's letter number 1. Thank you very much, Thea M. Barnes, for becoming a member. Appreciate you joining here. So, do you hear any crazy? Do you hear anything just a little bit boonish in what we've heard so far? Let me send the second letter. Okay, and we're going to go open that one. Letter number 2. So, first of all, on this letter, look at this. Take a look at this. The text. The writing, and now here's letter number 2. Do you see anything different? Do you notice anything different? Other than that Sarah Boone wrote this letter. This is in her handwriting. This is the penmanship changed night and day difference. When did she get her doctorate? Yeah, that was news to me. I'm not sure if that is entirely accurate. It could be, but I wasn't aware of that. Okay, letter number 2. This will be a little easier to read because it is written in very good penmanship. Okay, here we go. Conflict hearing info. This is dated 2/21/21. So this is February 21st of this year, or of 2 years ago. On 2/19/21, I was unable to talk with Judge Bain about my conflicts with my defense team due to, 1, the actual privacy of the booth and the transport over. I explained in detail to him expressing my concerns of privacy, and 2, I had very difficult morning mentally because I'm not mentally well. One of the main issues with my attorneys is their lack of ability to gather evidence. Due to this, I find little value in the term expert. First, they were unable to obtain my mental health records from Charleston, South Carolina, when I finally paid a firm in South Carolina to obtain them. In 2016, I was diagnosed with and received treatment before work for over 28 hours of care. The school district even provided extra services and later let me medically resign due to the ongoing reality breaks. In 2018, I was hospitalized in Canada, crossing the border, for 2 days and completed more OP outpatient treatment when I returned. I tell you this because it sets the stage for why I cannot work with my attorneys. I signed release forms for them to get all this information so they would have a better understanding of why I'm all over the place some days, and I asked them to use the info from a non-biased doctor who worked with me more than 2 hours, but insisted they sent a lady who was clearly an actress and friends with the DA. She spoke about him in an unprofessional manner, their history, and his election. Now I'm sure all of this was true, but I thought she worked for the court, not one particular side. My attorneys did this... hang on. Just the next letter here. Come on, you can do this. My attorneys did this to make me look like a perjurous individual. Instead, it was malfeasance on their part. I have included several reasons to support my claim as I kept a timeline of these conflicts. Communication is broken beyond repair. I explained these issues to Judge Bain, including the lack of access and visitations in complete detail. Inconsiderate of evidence. Since March 2020, I asked my attorneys to preserve the GameStop footage, to locate the Texas police officer whom I spoke with, and to get the cruise passenger list. Instead, they spent months contacting my family for mitigation. When asked certain things, they kept saying they would let the investigators know. 1 year later, same answer. Oops. Right here. This is tough. Why is it not letting me do what I want to do? Okay. My evidence. I haven't physically seen any while being held at CJC for a year. Yes, COVID, but inmates were still being held as their constitutional rights were adjusted. Overlooking state statute and evidence, they overlooked the competency statute about video recording. Human error? Okay, but this happens often with evidence in which the non-expert has to provide corrections to evidence. Sharing info. They were texting my family and giving them info that they should not have, causing several disputes. Well, sorry, we'll make this work. It's not playing nicely. My judge, they filed the motion knowing this county would not grant me new attorneys to sabotage any chances of a trial by judge. They knew I wanted to present evidence to him without exposing any info on my son's father. However, they created incorrect conflicts instead of addressing the real issues. They could have filed the pro se only instead of talking about my defense to sabotage my trial by judge. Defenses. So I want to talk about this. Remind me, we're going to go back and talk specifically about that portion. Defenses. I am indeed innocent, but I will not put myself or others in danger running the defense against my biological son when the system is letting two men run free who are involved. One is a prominent member of an independent business. They used the NGRI to get a hearing, knowing that I'm not guilty to cover up their lack of representation. Although I had bouts of insanity and still do, I did not murder or abuse anyone, nor would that be a defense because it's my understanding that you actually did do it. However, I will protect my bio son and will protect the drugs and violence documented from my stepson. The truth is the court is holding the wrong person and for the wrong crimes. The whole process has been nefarious from denying me an attorney, threatening me in the bathroom away from cameras to confess, taking advantage of me being delusional, threatening my other kids' freedom or else, etc. I am going to keep making it known, sir, just how much the state has done in this wrongful incarceration. I will continue to be an advocate for myself because I am not a murderer, and the level that the prosecution goes through to promote a wrongful conviction is absurd. Truth is, they could see a video from someone else and they would dismiss that person as a lost lunatic. They have far too much invested in this wrongful incarceration to admit they were wrong are wrong. For these reasons, and because my defense team is in cahoots with them, I am left with no other choice but to represent myself. Denying me my rights under the Constitution has hampered throughout this process from the detectives, the jail, and now my legal team. Every day I am getting worse mentally due to inadequate representation and being held hostage for a crime I did not commit. These are my conflict issues and my reason for asking to go pro se. As always, thank you for your time, Letecia. No doctor on that one. So going back here in this my judge comment, let's see if I can get this to work properly. Let's see. They could have, let's start right here. They could have filed the pro se only instead of talking about my defense to sabotage my trial by judge. What happens here in this letter is she told her attorneys, I'd like to be pro se, tell the judge I'm going to be pro se. And she also told them I'm going to be pro se and my defense will be not guilty by reason of insanity. And so they went to the judge and said, hey, judge, she wants to go pro se, but the problem is she wants also not guilty by way of insanity, and the two don't work together. You can't be insane and be competent to represent yourself. And she said, if they had only just said I want to be pro se, then I would have been able to represent myself, and then I could enter my not guilty by way of insanity plea and be able to represent myself through that. So that's her big beef. That's her big beef. And it's crazy. She is crazy in this. I have to say there are some things in here that threw me off. The handwriting between the two letters. Let's see if I can shrink this one down just a little bit. That's not going to work. Let's see. Where's the other one? No, that's not it. Wait, where is it? Okay, there is handwriting between the two letters. Can't find it here. Yes, my desktop is a mess. I apologize. Let me switch to another camera so I don't just completely out how messy my computer is. Okay, I want the other one pulled up as well, right there. Okay, where'd the other letter go? It says it's open. I can't see it.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Okay, here's one. Where's the other?
There's a lawsuit.
Show all windows. There's one. Nope. It is not. It doesn't want to play nicely. But basically, the letters, the handwriting, the other letter is right here with just horrible handwriting, and then the new letter is very good handwriting. And I don't know what to think of that. Her hand printing returned to the original by second page. It did change a little bit.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Okay, let me look at the questions that came in here, because I wasn't paying attention. Okay, my handwriting changes if I'm writing a lot and my hand gets tired. Maybe I'm insane. I don't handwrite much at all. If I need something handwritten, like the permit application I had to refill out for my permits for my garage renovation, I had my wife fill it out because she has better handwriting. But I had her use Matthew Harris's pen because it writes so well. Let's see. Did she forget she wrote all this when she agreed to plead insanity? I imagine she can't keep track of everything she said before. These were years ago. Yeah, a long time. Mama says, stupid question. I want to become a member. How do I do this? I'm a noob. It's sort of tricky on a phone. It's easier on a computer. There's a join button. On phones that you sort of have to go through like Safari or a web application. So you use the application to then access YouTube through the web, and then the button shows up. But it sounds like Boone. This could be Sarah Boone's letter. Okay, so those are the two letters. We only have two. She is delightfully deluded. Jellybean, first time joining here. I think I love it. Jellybean, good to have you here. Appreciate you. Too bad you can't use spell check and grammar check and law check for these letters. Just saying. Who is this letter written by? I joined late. This was Letecia. This is the defendant in this trial. Let me now get to the... need the email. Let me now get the timeline, because yesterday for 2 hours we covered the there's the timeline right here. Amber, you sent that in a PDF, right? Yeah, I think it's over here. There it is. Hold tight. Let me pull this up as a PDF, share it to the computer. Okay. There we go. I'll drag this over. Okay, give me a second. We'll have this set up on the screen. We're going to go over the timeline of all the things we covered in the arrest affidavit. Wait 1 second here. Make it full screen. Okay. Here we go. So this is the timeline for Letecia Stauch. Sorry, I will say that wrong a million more times. This is courtesy of Amber, Calypson's Vixens, one of Calypson's Vixen, one of our great mods here on the channel. So, Amber, thank you very much for that. Here she is right there. Let me unpin this message. If you want to do another one, Amber, I will post that up. Her neighbor wrote that for her. I don't think so. I think that was her writing from jail. She was wanting a bench trial and to represent herself. But the bench trial sort of came later. She felt that she could not get a fair trial, or her attorneys felt that she couldn't get a fair trial, and so they tried to kick out all the jurors. Okay, they used all their removal strikes. And then when they were out of strikes, they were able to seat a jury. The jury was sat. They protested it and said, we need to throw out the jury. It's biased. And the judge says, no, the jury is not biased. They're going to be fine. They say, fine. We move for a bench trial. The judge says, we've assembled a impartial jury. So I'm going to, strike that down as well. We're going to go ahead with a jury. And so they've got that objection on record, if they want to appeal for that reason. Okay. So, let's see what do I need to comment again? Sorry for multitasking. No, if you want a pinned comment for us reading the timeline, that was all, Amber. And use the buffer sound if you put it up. Okay, so let me bring it up so I can read it as well. There we go. So Letecia Stauch timeline. Albert Stauch, the dad, deployed with the National Guard, spent time in Denver on Saturday, January 25th of 2020, and flew out of the Denver airport on the 26th to Dallas, Texas, then arriving at a destination in Oklahoma. On Sunday, the 26th, Letecia claims Gannon is up most Sunday night into the Monday morning with stomach problem. On the 27th, at 4:37 a.m., Letecia texts her employer saying she can't come in because her stepdad was killed after being hit by a car, which did not happen. 8:13 to 8:17, Letecia takes photos of Gannon in bed. 10:16, the neighbor's surveillance shows Letecia and Gannon leave home in the Nissan Frontier. At 10:37, text from Gannon's home phone to Harley saying, Tisha left a phone at home. If you need her, text me. It's considered suspicious due to excessive use. 11:22, receipt from Petco located 22 miles, approximately 30 minutes from home. Gannon not seen on the surveillance. At 12:06, Gannon gets a text from Dad, hey, buddy. And Gannon responds to Dad, can I play Zelda at least? And receives a response from Dad, not today. At 1:22, Letecia seen at Petco store for a second purchase. Mama, you figured it out. Welcome. Good to have you as a member. So second purchase from the same pet store. At 1:43, Google search on Gannon's phone. Can my parent find my cell phone if it's off? Probably done by Letecia. ADT records show that no motion detected in the home. Mr. Mr. Drafer, thank you for becoming a member as well. ADT records show no motion detected in the home, living room and basement between 10 and 2, roughly, confirming Harley was at work and Lena was at school. At 2:20, Letecia returns home, presumably with Gannon. They're not sure, but they assumed that she did. Letecia's phone locked at 9:56 and didn't unlock until 2:45, 25 minutes after arriving back home. ADT motion detectors indicate motion activity both upstairs and downstairs. This would indicate that Gannon is alive at this time. At 3:15, Letecia's statements to law enforcement. Gannon allegedly leaves home to head to a friend's house. But this is her statement only. There's no video evidence or any other corroborating evidence. Lena returns from school at 3:15. Per interview, Lena says Letecia told her Gannon was asleep in her bed and couldn't see him and to go outside and play. Law enforcement, I'm not sure if it's her bed or his bed, but law enforcement suspect Letecia is cleaning up blood in the home. 3:28 p.m., ADT shows the front door open and close. At 3:30, Lena seen on neighbor surveillance riding her bike. So she's outside playing, as Mom told her to, and Mom is inside, presumably with Gannon. Buffer, you posted it. There it is. Okay, thank you. Pin message. Thanks for using the sound appropriately. So Harley is confirmed to be at work. Oh, wait. Lena's seen riding her bike. Gannon's phone received a text message from Dad, hey, buddy, and it isn't read until 7:40 p.m. Harley confirmed to be at work from 8:30 to 4:15 p.m., but at 4:42, Harley arrives in Volkswagen Jetta and picks up Lena. At 4:52, Letecia texts Harley requesting carpet powder, 2 things, baking soda, trash bags. At 5:14 p.m., receipt from dollar store showing purchase of items requested and other miscellaneous items, which include vinegar, found later. At 6:55 p.m., Letecia reports Gannon missing to El Paso County. And at 10 p.m., the law enforcement arrived at home in response to the 911 call reporting him missing. That's where we saw the body cam footage of them walking through the house initially. From the body camera footage, Letecia's Volkswagen Tiguan is backed into the garage, which is unusual, and Gannon's blood later is identified on the rear bumper in the area under where the rear hatch would be. Photo comparisons of Gannon's room at 8:30 in the morning from Letecia's phone pictures and 10 p.m. from the body cam pictures. When you compare the two, the blanket is different. The pillowcase, if not the entire pillow, are different. Sheets may or may not be different. Blanket pillow from 8:15 photo never recovered in any of the 5 searches of the home. Part 2, morning photos showed the bed not pushed against the wall at the head of the bed, and Dad told law enforcement this is unusual. His bed is usually up against the wall. Notably, bed was pulled away from the wall far enough to allow blood to get on the wall and the floor at that corner. On the 28th, on Tuesday, Letecia at 5:14 in the morning texts the babysitter. This happened after 3:30. We talked to him and told him to be home by 6. Someone posted he wasn't at school either, says the sitter. Letecia says he had to go to the doctor for his stomach, but he was here in the afternoon. Sitter says, where did he say he was at? And Letecia says, honestly, I don't keep up with friends. At 8:30, the Volkswagen Tiguan enters short-term parking lot at the airport, and Letecia rents a Kia Rio a Kia Rio in Colorado Springs in the early morning. At 8:48, Letecia texts to Harvey, pull your car into the garage. And at 8:50, Letecia picks up Dad from the airport. Letecia told Dad, Al, that she didn't want to put the additional miles on the Tiguan. She drove a total of 71 miles on the rental and was evasive when asked where the Tiguan was. She said it was at French elementary school where she worked. Al allows investigators to enter and search property where evidence is collected and preliminary presumptive testing was completed. At 12:47, Letecia Googles, can Nintendo find my Switch? At 4:04 to 4:17, investigators ask for Gannon's toothbrush. And at 4:19, Letecia texts Al saying they are asking for son's toothbrush, but said nothing is wrong. Something isn't right. I think they're hiding something. Al says, who, the police? And Letecia says, yes, they asked for toothbrushes. Al says, what do you think they're hiding? At 7 p.m., the Volkswagen Tiguan exits the airport short-term parking lot. Letecia's cell records indicate her phone was powered off after leaving with the Tiguan until about midnight. The whereabouts of the Tiguan are unknown from 7 p.m. on the 28th until 12 p.m. on the 29th, until search warrant data returns. At 8 p.m., the vehicle parked for 10 minutes near King Soopers. At 8:30 to 10:20, records from the Tiguan vehicle put its location around Highway 5, 105, and South Perry Park in Douglas County. That's that rural area where investigators believe Letecia disposed of Gannon's remains. At 9:15 to 9:30, vehicle data shows location at that Highway 105 and South Perry Park Road. 10:45, Letecia makes a statement to investigators via text message saying, what do you want from me? Because I have nothing. One of your very own leaked to me that what you guys were doing. I did nothing or am being set up. I'm not really even sure, other than being told by another blue police officer with El Paso. I was told I couldn't go home to sleep, and on top of that, men were sent to a home with a minor female, and she was forced to stay there, not to even have good. Every conversation that said, even at this moment, I can hear inside. What do you want from me? Detective Bethel, come in to talk to me. I would like information to find Gannon. Dean Sparks, welcome to the gallery. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Wonderful to have you here. Let's see. On the 29th of January at 9 a.m., Letecia returns the Kia Rio and is picked up in a white Jetta, presumably by Harley, according to cell records. Letecia's scheduled interview with investigators, she was late, was at 10 a.m. At 11:30, Letecia is seen at a car wash driving the Volkswagen Tiguan. At 12 p.m., Letecia arrives late for a scheduled interview with law enforcement. Noted vehicle apparently recently detailed and cleaned, and the vehicle has been seized. Interview notes indicate Letecia brought several pieces of notebook paper which she frequently referred to in the interview. These were not able to be seized. After the Tiguan is seized, Letecia obtains a Nissan Altima, which had a law enforcement GPS tracker granted via warrant. On the 31st, on Friday, the vehicle data shows Letecia returned to that Highway 105 South Perry Park Road in the rented Nissan Altima. On the 13th, almost 2 weeks later, calls are monitored and recorded between Letecia and Al with Al's cooperation. Letecia states Gannon was burned with a candle to the point his skin bubbled. Gannon peeled the burns off and wiped blood on his bedroom wall. On the 14th, multiple calls between Letecia and Al. There are 4 stories given on these calls. When the sheriff's office came to the house on the 27th, the abductor was still in the house, and she tried to tell deputies that someone was there. The sheriff's deputies checked the entirety of the house, and no additional person was located. She says that she was assaulted by Quincy Brown at her home, and Brown abducted Gannon. She knows Brown's identity because she saw a paper with his ID card fall out of his pocket. Letecia sent a photo of Quincy Brown to Al via text. And next story, Quincy followed her from Petco. At some point was laying in the middle of the road in front of her. When she stopped not to run him over, he jumped in the car and made her take him home where she was assaulted. Letecia and Gannon, another version, were near County Line Road and Highway 105 in El Paso County. This is the area where, this puts her at the scene, the rural area. Gannon was riding a bicycle in the area, fell, hit his head, and was abducted by Quincy Brown, and Brown was driven by a man named Terrence. Letecia can be heard in one of the calls saying, I can help you find him if I get immunity. I'm not going down for this. On the 15th, a piece of particle board with Gannon's blood was found in the area of the vehicle location date at the Highway 105 and South Perry Park Road. Letecia tells investigators she told Al Gannon fell off his bike because she thought that's what he wanted to hear. Letecia told Al over the phone the blood in the corner of Gannon's room was a combo of hers and Gannon's. She said the abductor abused them both, and Gannon was present when the sheriff's office came to that house that night. On the 16th, Letecia called a female, Tila Cummings, and stated that she was given she was giving Al false stories because she knows he won't believe anything she says. The 17th, 1:50 p.m., Letecia told female Laura Abernathy that she was thinking about flying out to Colorado to take a lie detector test to prove her innocence. She said, they think I'm still in Colorado. At 4 p.m., Letecia told another unknown female that she was going to take a lie detector test, but the test wouldn't be admissible in court and no law enforcement would be present. On the 18th, she calls the fake polygraph hotline number and says, I never got the confirmation for the test I paid for. They said, oh, well, I'll email it to you. She calls back an hour later and says, hey, where's the email? And he says, hey, it was blocked by management because the questions on the test indicate crime. And anytime there's illegal activities, we have the right not to send it. Letecia says, what do you do now? Just delete it and go about life and keep the money? And they're like, yep. And she's like, okay, gotcha. Thanks. Bye. And detectives were able to obtain the questions and answers from that company, the fake polygraph company. They said, do you intend to answer these questions regarding your stepson truthfully? The answer was yes. Is your birthday August 4th? Yes. Did he participate in any way causing harm to your stepson? No. Did your stepson return to you or to your home? Yes. Did he participate in any way causing the death of your stepson? No. On the 28th, the warrant is issued for Letecia's arrest. On the 2nd of March, Letecia arrested in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. On the 17th of March, Gannon's remains are found in a suitcase under a bridge close to Pensacola, Florida. The story number 1 that she gave was original info given on the 27th was Gannon left house for friends around 3:15 and was supposed to be back by 6 p.m., never returned. Story number 2 that she gave during an interview on the 29th was she was held at gunpoint and assaulted by a Hispanic male known as Eduardo. She hit her head, causing her to black out. Gannon jumped on Eduardo's back. This is just bizarre. After Eduardo held a gun to Gannon's head, demanded a suitcase, Letecia hands over a brown suitcase and a cardboard box. Eduardo assaults her again. Letecia blacks out. When she comes to, Gannon isn't there. Letecia admits to cleaning the area and straightening it up so it doesn't look disturbed. She refuses an SA kit at the hospital and doesn't cooperate giving any evidence that way. Letecia says she meets him on the 26th after Gannon knocked over a candle and he was going to repair the carpet. She stopped at a residential construction area and gave him the code to the garage to get in to repair the carpet. The phone records show that during the time of the alleged assaults that she's talking about, Letecia was active on the phone with Harley and Al regarding buying stuff. Just crazy. ADT records show average motion detection in the basement was 3.5 events between the 12th or the 23rd and the 26th. On the 27th, the motion events was 10.5. A lot of activity on the 27th. Letecia said she wanted to leave after the interview. Her phone was seized and a warrant was pending for a DNA swab. Letecia stuffed tissues in her pants and complained of SOB, Sheriff's Office, I believe, and CP. I don't know. I forget what those references are. Out of context here. Was transported to the hospital by paramedics. Letecia eventually signed herself out prior to medical exams being completed. A warrant for DNA was executed at the hospital. Letecia fled the hospital without law enforcement knowledge. She made a call from the waiting room and was seen on surveillance, getting picked up a little while after, and she meets up with her daughter. Search warrants were granted for searching the property. A carpet square obtained from a utility closet with suspected blood, presumptive positive blood, but no DNA profile. Carpet brushes found in dishwasher after cycle completed, and an empty gallon vinegar bottle found, which Al states was at least half full before he left for Oklahoma. That shortness of breath and chest pain. Thank you, J.C. Thomas, for the clarification. She was complaining of shortness of breath and chest pain in her interview. Let's see, right here. That was it. Shortness of breath and chest pain. Appreciate that. I knew we had some people could help me out there. Amber, we got it. We've got some good people who knew exactly what we were talking about. That is our timeline for all the information on the arrest affidavit. Let's send a different view here. Now we get to go back to court. At least that's the goal. Let me see if they're open yet. Okay, we have a little bit of a view, but nothing else. It's just the WebEx has been opened. Looks like this. So we expect to have 3 cameras today as well. Arkansas Magnet Fisher, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. I still have to get out to do some more magnet fishing. JM says, what a crazy story. You can't be insane and do all that. It's crazy. I agree. And I think that's her own evidence is going to testify against her as far as her mental state. Wasn't she withdrawing money and buying hotels or something? We haven't got to that part yet. That evidence will be admitted at a later point. Deuces says, just found your channel. Thanks. Been wanting to see the timeline. Deuces, all credit for that timeline goes to one of our great mods here, Amber, who goes by Calypson's Vixen on here in chat. She's the one who's pinned messages at the top. You can find a lot of Amber's work over on the Discord page. Not my Discord, but it's a Discord run by some great people like Amber, Toxic Orchid specifically, and it just has everything true crime related, documents wise, updates, calendaring, everything. You can find a link to that just by typing Discord and chat with an exclamation point first, like this. And it will respond with a link. You can click that link in chat and you can get into the Discord. There's some instructions to follow. You have to roll up, but if you're familiar with Discord, just follow the instructions. If you're not, ask a question in chat and people will be able to walk you through it a little bit. But you can get all these things. You can get access to the letters we read this morning, all the documents, everything you want to read about this case. You can find over there. Ande Logan. Good morning from Tennessee. I'm sure I messed up your name today. Did I say Andai? Is it Andai or Andi? I got it right the first time. I should get credit for that. But Mustang Guy says, I'm halfway to 112 years old. I love your analogy. Mustang Guy, is it your birthday today? Is it your birthday? Is it anyone else's birthday? Let's see if it is your birthday. Happy birthday, Mustang Guy. We'll have to have everyone else whose their birthday as well out themselves so we can celebrate appropriately. There is only way to celebrate, and that's with a little bit of a song. We won't listen to the whole song, but let's make sure we get everyone included. They start an hour. There may be something a little bit earlier. Oh, wow, the network connection is unstable. That's not good. We'll fix that.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Okay, it's back there. We're going to have the zoomed in defendant view again today because I think that's useful. Let me grab some water.
Alex stole it as well.
JM, happy birthday to your baby girl. Turns 34 today. That is awesome. So we've got your baby girl and Mustang Guy, both with birthdays. I think that might be it. So we'll play a little bit of a song for both of you. Can't sing today, sorry. Thank you very much. Happy birthday, Mustang Guy. Amber says she's going to update the timeline. We're going to update the timeline of events as things come out. So if you connect to Discord, you'll be able to see the latest version as that happens. Because there's going to be occurrences that will be inserted into that timeline as we have different people that are involved at different stages. So the timeline is going to grow not just on the end. It's not just going to be appended to the end of the file. It's going to sort of just expand as information comes in. In North Carolina, she was placed on probation in 2002 after 2001 arrests. She was charged in February 2001 with communicating threats, in April 2001 with simple assault. Yeah, she forgot to mention that to the judge when she said she's got a clean history. I'm curious about her doctorate degree, though, if anyone can do some research on that and see if there's any factual basis. Is there benefits if the court decides she's insane? I'm trying to understand if it's better for her in some way. Micah, I would say yes if the jury determines that she's not guilty by reason of insanity. you realize the court's already determined she's sane. That's why she's standing trial. She's sane to stand trial. But if they determine she's not guilty by reason of insanity, meaning that she was insane at the time of the crime, that's my understanding, then her sentencing would be, since she's not guilty, she's committed to a mental institution until such point where she does not need to be committed anymore. Then she would get out of the mental institution, but she's already been found not guilty. So she would. There's a possibility she could regain her freedom that way. Okay. It's my granddaughter's 19th birthday. She said all she wanted was to come here to the farm, so she got here last night. That's awesome, KH. Hope she has fun on the farm. Please let the timeline not become more complex. Excited utterance. Unfortunately, cases like this that have a period of time where we're trying to piece together the pieces, all the evidence, everything they have has to sort of be thrown into the bowl and organized and laid out so we can see what matters and what doesn't and how it interacts with each other. So it will get a little more complex. I'm not sure if we're going to cover every time it updates. I don't think that would be beneficial, but I'll be looking at it for sure just to see how pieces fit together. You never thought you could listen to yesterday's black screen, but I did it. I didn't realize it was black for so long. Was there a black screen while I was reading? I apologize. I had a different view. I'll have to go back and look how badly I messed that up. Colorado law is 1 year reviews on sanity. Family would have to show up every sinking year to relive this nightmare. We may never know motive. We know there was some issues family-wise that she didn't feel accepted. She didn't feel like the birth mother was contributing to parenting as much as she felt she should. There's a couple issues that way. She wasn't happy in the marriage. No, she never said she killed him, to my knowledge, to this point. But pleading not guilty by reason of insanity is sort of also acknowledging that you did it. And the fact that the defense is sort of taking that approach. Do you know if Harley's father is on the witness list? I can look. We have...
Lynn Francis just sent a super sticker with 3.
Thank you very much, Lynn, for the super sticker. Appreciate that. We part of the court records you can access through Discord are I think 3 pages of all the documents related to this trial, related to this case. And some of those documents are the witness list from the prosecution as well as the defense. Defense only has one person on their witness list that I could see, and that's a doctor, presumably testifying that she is insane. There are 50 some odd people on the prosecution list, and I know that Harley was on there, but I don't remember if Harley's dad is there. Harley's dad is deceased, so there you go. Probably not going to be called, is my guess. Big Tire says, my dad would have been 87 tomorrow. Miss him so much. Big Tire, that wonderful. You have some amazing memories, but heart goes out to you. It's a sad and a happy time thinking back. Heart goes out to you, my friend. Harley's father is dead, so he's not on the witness stand. Yes, thank you for that information. I stand corrected. Let's see. Okay. Alan T's divorce was granted on September 2020. I'm not sure about Letecia's family, what the family connections are. I mean, other than that, she's got at least a biological daughter, Harley. Okay. Let me get my other view set up here. Let's see how we want to do this. Oh, it's actually already set up. Yay. Okay, and my last view. Sorry, give me a minute. I can't work on this and talk at the same time. Let's see. Lisa says she mentions the word son and stepson in that letter. Yes, as if they're separate, but I'm not aware that there's another. Lurking says, Rock and Dawkins, sent you an image showing both letters to compare. Thank you. Yeah, there's some differences, or handwriting changes. Who are Harley's biological parents? Letecia and her father, who's passed away. Jill says, who does Lena belong to? That would be Al and Landon, who are married and I think expecting a child or have another child right now. I think they have several kids together, like 6 or something now. Let's see. Ex-husband is remarried to Landon. Landon's the wife's name. Do they have full custody or joint? I don't know. I haven't read that much into it. Al and Landon are back together. I'm not sure. Was Landon the original one? I know Al and Landon are together now, is my understanding. No, he married someone else. Okay, that makes more sense, Mev. It sounds weird that you'd go back and remarry an ex. I mean, it happens, but Landon is not Gannon's mom. Now we're all confused. Landon is Gannon's mom? I am. Okay, we need a family tree. Who can chart this for us? I quit. I give up. Rita French, new subscriber from England here. Loving your channel, but so confused about the time difference. We're in British summertime now, so it's after 3 p.m. What time does court start? Rita, the court is in Colorado, which is in a different time zone than me. So I start my live stream at 9 a.m. The court starts at 9 a.m., but 2 hours after me. So they're going to start here in about 45 minutes. So we have a little bit of time. Amber is on it. Please, Amber, let us know. Yes, Landon is Gannon's bio mom. Lisa, holy cow. Landon is Gannon's mom. Okay, we've got mixed messages here, and I honestly do not know. So I'm going to depend on a couple of you to get this information. Al and Landon are parents to Gannon and Lena. Landon and Al are parents. Are Landon and Al together? Or is Al... They were married and had Gannon and Lena. So, yes, so Landon is Gannon's mom, but Landon is not married to Al right now. Is that correct? Al is married to his third wife. Okay. We need like one definition to rule them all. Gannon and Lanny are Al and Landon's kids. Harley is Letecia's. Al remarried and has a new baby. Landon is still with her husband from before Gannon died. She too has another little one. Okay. He's married by the third time. So third wife, that makes sense. Third wife, that explains it the best. Okay. Whoa. Wow, that was a little confusing. No wonder we're confused. It was my fault. I led you all down the wrong path. Okay, are we thoroughly sorted out now? Okay, good. Excellent. So now what do we do? I thought that was going to take a little longer than it did. We've gone over the timeline from Amber that really just makes sense of the probable cause affidavit, and we've read both of the letters to the judge from Letecia. I read that like a math word problem. I don't do math well. I don't math well. I can't brain today. I has the dumb. I use the Brady Bunch analogy. Amber explains good on Discord. She does a great job. You missed the letters, Red Pen. Yes, the letters are great. The handwriting is interesting as well. Kitty bang bang. No, it's my fault. I should have that information for you. I apologize for just leading us down the wrong path. We have a blended family here on chat too. Yeah, trying to chart that out is a bit unique as well. I'm making your brain hurt. I'm sorry, Lady Writer. I'm sorry about that. Let's see. Horse Sheet and Bananas says, recovery addicts. My bio parents married and divorced each other twice. My mom passed away a few years later and never married again. My dad did remarry again and was married to a stepmother for 42 years.
You're talking about
Wow.
stuff that is not relevant.
I talk about irrelevant stuff a lot. Family tree document. Pretty please. Yes, we're going to need this charted out. It's going to be the new mantra. I can't do KKTV interview because they're going to strike me for copyright on that one, Girl in Texas. Would recommend watching it, though. Deepak, thanks for clicking the subscribe button. Welcome to the group. Missed the handwriting. You got my pesos. Yay. Thank you so much, Dean. My mother was married 13 times, often remarried the same man. Wow, 13. That is a lot. Good morning, Mutt. Good to have you here. On Discord, does roll up mean literally go to top or something else? It can mean that. Going to the top, rolling up to the top, but actually means applying a role to your user ID on the Discord. So once you have a role, you can be a participant in the channel. Otherwise, you don't have a role and there's nothing visible to you. But once you go up and click that button, it sort of opens the doors for you, so to speak. Annie says, I watched Iked is it Iked Mel? I don't know how he says his name. I watched some of this too, where he did an interview with a lady who's been in court as a viewer, and she said that Al met his new wife in church. She too had lost a son in 2020. Yes, I watched some of that live stream yesterday, and I think his guest, man, I can't remember her name. Something Court, like Curious Court or something, Crime Curious, or I don't remember. Court Curious. She's writing a book about Letecia, and she has a ton of information, just a ton of background. Would be wonderful to talk to her a little bit. Let's see. Matt says, what does becoming a member do? Matt, the big thing it does, honestly, is it shows support for me and my channel so I can continue doing what I'm doing. I will say that it's not necessary. It doesn't change anything. I don't do members-only live streams. I like to keep it open to everyone. You don't have to be a member to have a question answered like you just asked. It does put your name in green, and it adds you a little courthouse icon next to your name that will change color over time as you're a member for longer periods. There are some emojis that are available too as well that we, custom emojis we create, as well as some custom commands that are only available to members that they can interact with, just as a way that I just say thank you. But we like to say that you have a reserved seat on the front row, and so members can type !seat, and it will get a response that says, please take your reserved seat on the front row. But mostly it is just a way to support the channel and receive my undying thanks. Okay. Should get a whiteboard to keep track. I need to replace my green screen with a whiteboard behind me, and just go with that. Will we ever find out what really happened? Laurie Hall, that's a tough one, because unless somebody decides, comes out and says, "Hey, you got me. True confession, here it is," and lays it out, it's very difficult. And even then, you're not sure if everything you're getting is true because they've lied so many times. So. Not sure. The stuff we can find out that we know is the hard evidence, the facts, the data records, the phone call,
homeschooling fun.
Thank you, TW. Appreciate that. Homeschool is in full swing in the room next door.
Alex stole it as well.
If Harley is testifying, that would explain why she's not in court. Yes, but I think she doesn't want to be there. She may be exempt from the rule. I haven't specifically heard, and I could probably look through the court documents and see if the exclusionary rule has been put in place for this trial, where witnesses are not allowed to hear other witnesses' testimony, and thus have to be, excluded during that. We have seen witnesses get called and be brought into court, which would indicate that's the case, instead of having them staged in court. But generally, family members of the victim in a crime like this, in a trial like this, are excluded from the rule and are allowed to be present throughout the trial. But if she didn't want to, that could be why. And she may be in there. I haven't heard if anyone said she's there or not. I don't know what she looks like.
Bring the jury.
Don't let Alex steal the homeschool money.
Alex stole it as well.
There you go.
And Alec Murdoch stole it.
Let no dead horse go unbeaten.
Alex stole it.
Yep. There it goes. The money's gone. Alex stole it. Why did she single out Gannon? Do not know. I do not know yet. He had some medical conditions, or it sounds like he had some medical conditions that were difficult
Alex
to deal
stole
with. And she clearly did not feel like she should have to deal with it. You know, why am I taking care of my husband's kid? You know, it's not my kid type thing. It's a mess. It's a pain in the butt. It's not convenient, and it seemed like there was not much of a relationship there. They said Harley doesn't want to be there and has been on vacation out of the country. Curious if she even knows. I wonder if she's coming back. I mean, she's on the list. She's been subpoenaed, but if she's out of the country, I wonder if she's going to stay out of the country for the trial. She has not participated, according to the probable cause affidavit, she has not been participating in the investigation at all, not cooperating. She had a $25,000 life insurance on him, but she also resented him because she had to take care of him. Didn't she try to claim the money, the life insurance money, Julie?
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
We can try. The fact that she paid for a fake lie detector, and one of the questions would be, did Gannon arrive home with you Monday afternoon, further leaves me to believe he did not come home. Conver home. Yeah, that's an interesting question, because every question in there, basically, you've got the baseline test saying, is this your name? Is this, it's your date? Are you going to tell the truth? And then she asks the questions that are all the things she would be guilty of. And one of the questions was, did he return home with you? I'm not sure if she was, when phrasing that question, if she was thinking about when she left with his body in the suitcase and came back, or if she was thinking about that day when she left and you saw him get into the truck and then she came back. Because how could he get into the truck? How could we have video of him getting into the truck that day where, he would have had to have been shot already, and it doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. So I think he came home then. I think she was talking about something else. And it could have been that at that time that she was asking that people were saying, we can't tell if he came home. And so she threw that in there as this is a truthful question. Yeah, her Google searches show that she really expected the biological mom to do more to care for her stepchild than was happening. All right, found out on Crime Curious. Yes, Crime Curious. That's the lady who was interviewed on the live stream yesterday, which was really good. Just had some.
Thanks for your lives. I will be in the Springs from April 11th, 15.
Awesome, Rock Chalk. Sounds like fun. Are you gonna try to be there in court? I assume you're talking about Colorado Springs. That'd be interesting if you get a seat in court and are able to give us some inside scoop as to what you observe from being in the room. I thought I heard Harley enlisted in the Air Force and just read here she's married now. It's me says, just sub, do you do trials full time? Yes, I do. This is what I do every day. We mostly do true crime. We did follow the Gwyneth Paltrow case, which is a civil suit, which was a little different. It was a circus as well. I'm glad we did it, but at times it was a little crazy. But generally we follow true crime like this. So we're going to follow this case all the way through. It may be 6 to 8 weeks long, unless something blows up in the middle, and it could. With what we've seen from Letecia in her actions before, she might make a decision, say, hey, forget this, I want to change my plea or something else. I don't know. It could be bizarre. Is it unusual for people to get life insurance on kids? It would be unusual to get a life insurance policy on a child right before they die. And just on that child. I mean, that to me would send the alarm bells ringing and the red flags waving. It's not unusual for parents to have life insurance policies on children. As a matter of fact, a lot of companies that offer insurance for their employees will, by default, have a level of life insurance, which basically just covers the funeral expenses for children as well. So just having insurance policies on a child isn't strange. Oftentimes, it's cheaper to get a life insurance policy on a child and have it last through their life than getting one later in life. So it goes either way. We also learned last night that she does indeed get earplugs and earbuds every day. Wow. She just doesn't want to hear it. Megan Boswell case next year. That's a little bit far in advance. I'm really good at planning what I'm going to do the next day and maybe next week, but much further than that, I haven't planned it out. And really the challenge with court cases, Wendy, is that the dates are so fluid. There's so much that can change, so many, continuances that can happen, or, a previous trial got pushed and now something else got pushed and now this one gets bumped. So many things can happen that way that it's really hard to schedule right until, jury selection is really when it sort of locks down. And even then, we've had trials where, look at who's the one we just followed, the boy who Aiden Fucci, who changed his plea after jury selection, decided to plead guilty right at the beginning of trial. So everything can change at any time. We will monitor cases like that, and as they develop, like we're watching, for instance, Sarah Boone's case.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Thank you, Judge. The Sarah Boone's case was supposed to go April 10th. We were supposed to be doing that in 3 days. We were supposed to start that trial with the jury selection. It got pushed out till July 24th now. So we'll keep watching that. Some of those big cases we're sort of reserving the time slot for, and so we will definitely be following those. But in the meantime, what is available and what rolls around, we just take what we can get a little bit. I try to make it a case that has a fair amount of public interest in it, something that has an interesting either a factual basis or interesting defense, like this one where we have a not guilty by reason of insanity defense. We haven't seen a lot of those before. And so for me, this will be interesting to see the case play out and see how that works in. I like to take cases from different parts of the country so we can see different procedures, because every state sort of has their own rules, so to speak. Well, they all follow the same pattern. Here, for instance, in Colorado, the jury has notebooks. They're allowed to encouraged to take notes. The jury is allowed to ask questions. So you have prosecution, direct, cross, redirect, maybe some recross, and then the judge turns to the jury. He's like, hey, anything they didn't ask, you want to ask? And they can, and they do. And so that gives us insight that we don't see in other courts where the jury is basically mute for the entire proceedings, no notes, just sit there and listen, and then have to go deliberate. Now we have no indication what they're thinking. The questions get us into their mindset a little bit, especially from their wording. Okay. Opening statement said we will hear Harley testify against her mom. KDH, I see that, but if she's out of the country and she hasn't been participating, I don't know if that will happen. I wonder if she'll change her mind. Maybe she's on board now. Maybe she's cooperating. Why didn't the neighbors hear any gunshots from the house? No one spoke about it. Do you think she used the pillow as a sound muffler? I don't think she used that pillow as a sound muffler. It's possible there was a different one used. The reason I don't think she used that as a sound muffler is the pillow that was presumably underneath Gannon caught two bullets or bullet fragments, and so that would indicate that was more of the target, the end destination, instead of the source. There would also probably be. Oops, somebody says I need to do something. Bullet shards were found in the pillow. Let's see. Buffer is... All right, Miss Tish is about to give away memberships. Can you announce the gift link? Yes. Before Miss Tish does that, if you want to receive a gift on this channel, which can include, only thing it can be is a gift membership. You can click the link in chat that's highlighted here on screen. You can't click it on screen. You have to go into the chat site and click it and change the gift setting on this channel to yes, I want to receive gifts. That will enable YouTube to put you in the pool, make you eligible to receive gifts. And it sounds like Tish is about to give some gifts, which is just awesome. Thank you very much in advance, Tish. But you have to hurry and have that setting changed because it will only give you a membership if you are willing to receive one. YouTube is not going to force you to be a member of a channel that you don't want to be a member of. So you've got to opt in, and then there's a chance that it could come that way. She probably shot him while dropping off that board, maybe. Possible. TW just gifted a membership that went to Lisa. Congratulations, Lisa. Thank you, TW, as well. Longtime supporter of the channel there. Okay, Goodman Law Firm. Let's see. I'd love to hear from Nicole today. I'm not sure, Nicole, what your schedule is. Let me see. Where is Goodman Law? Whoops, slept in, woke up out of a deep sleep, and immediately turned on Recovery Addict because I can't be without my addicts. So I'm guessing you don't want to zoom in, but if you want to call, the burner phone would be open, Nicole, if you have any input, especially as it relates to this not guilty by reason of insanity defense and how we expect that to play out in the court going forward. I'd love to hear that from that, or from Matthew if he has, or any other of our legal experts. That would be great. Did you visit the post office yet today for your mail? I have not gone yet for the mail. Apparently I should go check today. Maybe I could do that on lunch. I was in the life insurance and the investment business. Life insurance is very common on children. It's me. Do you have any experience seeing life insurance in this type of case? And obviously it's hopefully not very common that life insurance is taken out on a child very soon before they die. And maybe only taken out on one child before they die. That would be interesting to see. Oh, here it goes. Hope S just gifted five memberships. Those 5 went to Heather Kelpine, Denise Dominguez, Jenna W., Bama Liz, and Maria Garcia. Thank you very much, Hope, for that amazing, generous gift. And congratulations to the new members. Congratulations on being in green now in chat, which makes your comments stand out just a little bit more. And also you have a courthouse by your name, indicating your level of support. Thank you, Hope. Much appreciated. Melly Lynn says, my tablet allows to click receive gifts by clicking on the cloud pop-up when someone gifts a membership. That's another way to get to it, Melly Lynn. Some devices will allow that and some don't. Laura, love that you love the channel. I'm happy that you're here. Good to have you here in chat as well. Lisa says, I just found a YouTube interview with Landon, Albert, and the little sister before they knew he was dead. I can't send a link here, though, can I? It just shows them as united. Lisa, you could... see, you're in the UK. You've got my email address, mdrecoveryaddict@gmail.com. You could send it that way. Could look at that. I may not be able to air it. I most likely would not be able to air it because of the copyright restrictions. But let's see. I can call in the first break. I wasn't kidding. I just woke up and I need caffeine. Sounds good, Nicole. Look forward to hearing from you later today. Is the mother going to testify? Flower, interesting argument. The mom wants to represent herself. Okay? This is what we know from her letters. I don't think that's changed. She wants to represent herself, but she also is doing a not guilty by reason of insanity defense. I don't know if under an NGRI, she'll be, man, is she allowed to testify in her own defense? It's a constitutional right? To be able to testify, you either can or can't, and it can't be held against you either way. Well, it can if you do, but if you don't, it can't be held against you. Linda K., welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here. Thank you so much for becoming a member. What do you do with somebody who's saying, I'm insane and I want to testify in my own defense? Do you just say, hey, jury, here goes, good luck? What do you do at that point? Does anyone have any case examples where this has happened before, where you have an NGI defense, a defendant who testifies in their own defense and takes the stand? That's, wow. I can't even imagine what that would look like. John, I don't remember. The color of the suitcase was covered in testimony by the dock work or the bridge worker who found the suitcase or located it initially and opened it, as well as I think in the dad's testimony about what belongings were in the house and things like that. Okay. She took out the policy in 2017 and requested a copy of it in August of 2020. So 3 years, that's not as suspicious. I believe that was fairly early on in their marriage. So I don't think that would stand out in and of itself as being suspicious, especially if it covered all the children. Oh, will Biomom testify? Biomom, I don't know. It's probably going to be early on if it does. Anna, thank you for becoming a member. Love the picture with the pooch there. Awesome. Good to have you here with us in green. And please take your reserved seat. She can testify and try to prove she has multiple personalities. That would be crazy. I mean, it would start getting crazy. You'd have a performance going on there of just epic proportions, and you'd have to look at that and say, how does this compare to how we've seen her behave throughout trial to this point? And the jury is going to be weighing that as well. Susan, thank you very much. I'm glad you found us. It wouldn't be the same here without you. They are not allowed to, says Chloe. They're not allowed to if they are not guilty by reason of insanity. Is that a across the board rule, or is that more state by state? It sounds like it would be something that would be like Supreme Court level ruling. Tish has gifted 10 Recovery Addict memberships. Tish, thank you so much. And it looks like we've got a couple recipients here to call out. We've got Flower711, Aaron Estes, Mark York, Chad P., Crystal Schumann, Julie Martin, Susan Mascarenas, Starry Skies, and Tracy Brown and Michelle P. Is that 10? I think that's it. Thank you very much, Tish. Congratulations to the members. Awesome. You guys are incredibly generous. So amazing. I appreciate it. Wow, Tish, amazing. Thank you so much. Wonderful to have you as well on the live stream with my wife yesterday. Loved your input over there. Don't they determine whether you're mentally capable to withstand trial in the first place? Yes, amazingly they have. That's the thing. For as far as the court is concerned, the defendant, Letecia, is currently sane. She is able to be tried. Look, think of the Lori Daybell trial, and Lori's was ruled insane and couldn't stand trial for a while. They were able to get her to a point where they said she is now sane. She's able to stand trial, and they can move forward. They've done that with Letecia, but she was never officially insane. They just did their analysis and said she is sane, we can stand trial, we can move forward. And so they are, but now she's sane, she's insane. Does that change whether or not she's able to testify? Because the court wouldn't be going forward if she was insane, right? I think I just got a text from Brandy that I made an appearance on day 2 recap. Apparently I made an appearance in full court regalia, everything but the robe. I did wear a wig, glasses, and the little floofy neckerchief thing of a judge, and Brandy has included that in her recap. Brandy Churchwell, for those that are new here, Brandy is another true crime addict that has the skill, a lot like Amber, of being able to take data, a lot of data points, a lot of information that seems to be jumbled up and mixed up and from different sources, and bring it all into a timeline that just makes sense. Brandy is doing that with this case as well. She's done that with the Alex Murdaugh trial, and she did an amazing job on that as well. But she's put all the pieces in order for us, and she's doing it in a trial recap. So she recaps in about 20 or 30 minutes. I forget. I don't know what this last one is as far as length of time. A little video that will cover a day in court and all the proceedings, and as crazy as it gets, it's been pretty crazy. And she'll get all the high points. So if you miss a day, if you are not able to watch, or if you just say, I'd like to know what's going on, but I can't sit down and watch this in real time, please go over to Brandy Churchwell's channel. She is listed as a friend of the channel on my YouTube page, so you can find her channel if you scroll down on my page to the friend of the channel page, and you'll see her there as well. Linda K just gifted 5 Recovery Addict memberships as well. Linda, thank you. Linda, those gifts went to, let's see, Texas Val, Sin TG, Nicole Major, Kenneth White, and Hello Kitty. Congratulations, and thank you so much, Linda. Generous donation. Awesome to have all of you here with us. I can, JT says, I can neither confirm nor deny the fact that I knew about that ahead of time. JT, I did happen to see some tweets that may have featured me and maybe have your name on Twitter as well. And someone, I'm not sure if it was you, JT, that someone put me in the judge's chair, Judge Schroeder's chair with Photoshop, all decked out with my white wig and glasses and everything. And did a fantastic job doing it. So I saw that out there as well. JT, I believe, is a podcast partner with Brandy for the 13th Juror podcast that they're starting, and you can find the audio versions of all her videos, YouTube videos for these recaps on that podcast channel. So awesome stuff. Big shout out there. Appreciate them being here and being able to interact with them. We'll have to get Brandy on the show again, and maybe JT as well. I think we need to twist his arm a little bit and get him in front of a camera and get him on here. Amber says, Recovery Addict, this is why the judge has not answered the question from the jury because of the NGRI defense. The defense is trying to argue those observations can be attributed to her insanity defense. Tish says, I love this group. I can't imagine life without you and all that brings. I absolutely adore Mrs. R.A. I support you both always. Thank you, Tish. Super generous. I very much appreciate it. It would not be the same here, Tish, without you. I appreciate you being part of the community. Let's see. We need a Brandy command. Do I not have a Brandy command yet? I'll see if I can work on that on lunch. Annie says, I agree with Recovery Addicts. You who give away memberships are very kind. Not everyone has the luxury to indulge. This makes us feel part of the group despite money issues. Very much. But let me say this. Do not feel that you need in any way to contribute financially to the program. I want everyone who comes here to feel welcome and feel included and know that they can take part, and it doesn't matter. That's why the perks for being a member are virtual. There is no substantial difference that you'll receive by being a member other than me expressing appreciation and thanks that way. If you have a question and you're a lurker, the only thing I make you do is subscribe, which is free. That just helps us get rid of the bots that like to spam the channel and cause problems in chat. But other than that, please just you being here is enough, and know that. We have a lot of lurkers, and it is awesome to have all of you here. Jackie Jack says, good morning from Fargo, North Dakota. Love this channel and chat. Thank you, Jackie. We're about to get ready. I mean, we're probably 18 minutes away from court starting. I'm keeping an eye open to see if we have any video available. Savas Gun gifted another. This is like a habit. I think your button gets stuck every day, Savas Gun. You've gifted another 5 memberships as well. Hopefully you've all got that setting changed. Blessings, Yellow Submarine, Nana, Christine C, and Jackie Jacks all gifted memberships by Savas Gun. Thank you so much for that, and congratulations to the winners. You were a gentleman. Thank you very much. I was taught well. First time commenting. Love you. I love that you're commenting for the first time. KK41. Love this channel. Found out about you 2 months ago. My first time committing. I think you meant commenting, but spell check catches it. Thank you for being here. Texas here. We have a lot of support from Texas. We've got a lot of Texas on board. Matthew Harris specifically is in Texas, as is Weather Watch, my podcast partner, also from Texas. I believe there's a difference in sanity from being able to stand trial and the plea not guilty by reason of insanity, which is about the moment of the crime. So, Matt, if this is the case, does that mean that she can testify in her own defense because she's sane now? That's the question, and I think we'll need some legal experts to weigh in on that. Just found you on the Zachariah trial, but this is really an amazing channel and group. I really appreciate it. Even see some familiar faces here. Ivan Victor, yes. Nikki, wonderful. That Zachariah trial was a lot of fun, and it's not fun at the same time. Some amazing moments, jaw-dropping moments. Particularly on that trial, I have to say my favorite moment, and I'm sort of tooting my own horn here, is when Judge Schroeder played our live stream in court over the audio system. And that's why we have the little saying at the beginning of trial where it says
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addicts live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Yeah, that was the actual clip where Judge Schroeder had opened up his laptop, opened up our live stream. The audio was on and it played over his microphone. Absolutely hilarious. The best part about it is it appeared that he was following along in chat throughout the day. He kept his laptop open on his desk and was reading as things were scrolling up. You saw his head, and people don't read from the bottom up like that unless they're watching scrolling chat. And then at one point, the next day, while he was continuing to do that, Weather Watch made a comment and said, "Judge Schroeder, if you can read this, scratch your head." I highlighted it, put it on the screen, and there's about a 10-second delay. And after about 10 seconds, he looked at it, he sort of smirked, and he scratched his head, which was funny. So we say 9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the channel. Glad you found us. That was a fun trial to sit through. Court today starts in about 15 minutes, 14 minutes now. Lisa says, is there a plea of temporary insanity that differs from guilty by reason of insanity in Colorado? Anyone know this? I will have to ask someone who knows Colorado law specifically. Rockin' Dawkins just gifted 5 memberships. We're going to run out of non-members here in a hurry. Let's see. Thank you, Rockin' Dawkins. Those went to Gene Hopper, Michelle Johnson, Jackie Hughes, Patricia Laundry, and Teresa. So thank you very much, Rockin' Dawkins, for that, and congratulations to the new members. Let's see. You have to watch the clip with Judge Schroeder. It's hilarious. It is fun. It went viral on Twitter with like 160,000 views or something. It was a funny moment. And I think that was thanks to JT and Toyo and Brandy and a few others that sort of spread it out there on where they have huge influence on Twitter. The best part was my reaction. Lynn, can you imagine? I'm sitting here and I'm listening to trial. I'm trying to follow. I'm monitoring the audio levels. And the first thing I hear is my own voice. And I'm like, well, that's weird. Why am I hearing myself? And then I realize this is delayed for quite a while. And I'm like, why am I hearing myself? And I realize I look at my audio meters and I hear the audio from my voice is coming in on the audio from the court channel. And that's when it clicked that everyone in court was hearing me. And I shut up immediately because, first of all, I was petrified that I had just been talking about things that, as the jury's walking in, mind you, as the jury is walking in, I'm like, I am petrified that I might inadvertently say something that will affect this court, could cause a mistrial, something like that. I shut up. It was a full 45 seconds without me saying anything. I'm like, I do not want anything I say to cause a problem in the court. And I'm still trying to figure out, how is this happening? How am I suddenly connected to the courtroom audio system? Yeah, it was, even thinking about it now, it gets my heart rate going, just like, oh my goodness, it was so,
Are we going to address
so
subject
crazy.
matter jurisdiction?
Let's see. It's literally Good Friday for you and so many. What a blessing to all. Yes, to everyone who's celebrating Good Friday. Good Friday to you. Very much. Is this my voice? That's what I was thinking. Why am I hearing myself? We should do a recap of our basic rules that keep this the best chat on the earth. Melody, yeah. Basically, the rules are be nice. We do no personal attacks. We don't do any victim blaming or shaming.
Let no dead horse go
and just we do ask that you don't talk in all chat or all caps, because a lot of times that comes across as yelling. And
DD Head 420 just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Deadhead, thank you so much for the super sticker. Love it. I love the little cape as well. But yeah, the rules are pretty simple. It's just be nice. We have a group here that is extremely civil. That is, a lot of us are new to some factors of trial or some parts of trial. So we have questions that might be more, sort of like entry level, as people are just discovering that they are true crime addicts. And so we have questions there that get answered. And we have people who are, many years of legal experience, even retired from the legal profession, that are here, that are answering in-depth questions and opinions and things like that. And all of us are civil. And even though we don't all agree with each other, oftentimes we have people who have, the exact opposite viewpoint as I do. I like to hear it. We just like to do it in a civilized manner so that, if you share your opinion and I share mine, and it turns out that, we're not going to convince each other one way or another, we still can agree to be friends at the end of the day. And just, so that's just our whole approach. And yeah, I thought I had caused a mistrial. My heart was in my throat. It was so nerve-wracking. Once you turn the gift setting on, it stays on. That laser lady, that's a permanent setting. Let's see. The other big rule that is a little bit different here is we have a policy of pickles, not politics. I do believe in being very involved politically, but I don't believe that YouTube is the right format to share my political opinions. or to have that sort of engagement. I think that sort of topic needs a back and forth that really doesn't really work well in chat. And so because of that, we don't follow cases that have heavy political undertones or implications. So there, even though right now there are some very big cases, turn on any of the news channels. There's very big things happening in court nationwide that have political issues, undertones to them, and we just don't go there. We say let's not focus on the things that will divide us, and instead focus on what we love together, which is true crime, and enjoy things together. And that's how we keep this that's really what makes this community just so much fun to be with, and why people come back and keep apparently gifting memberships. Yes, Dusty, then political discussions work best when people are in front of each other and have to be reasonable for what they say or do. Yes, 100% agree, and I believe they should. I'll tell you that my belief in the political process is that more involvement makes it better, even if that involvement is from somebody who has the exact opposite opinion as me. I think that more people being involved and informed about the issues and before they vote ends up in a better result, even if it's not exactly the one that I wanted particularly. And that's why I went out of my way at one point to help someone who I don't think we will ever agree on any topic politically, but there's a friend of mine that I worked with through college that has the opposite viewpoint. The opposite. I mean, I don't think you can find any viewpoint where we agree. And I worked and taught him how to register so he could vote and cancel out my vote, because I think his involvement, and he is very involved now, I think it makes a better process. But that said, that's about as far as we go. We say pickles, not politics, and we talk about spicy maple bourbon pickles, which is one of my other true loves. You buy them at Walmart, they're $3.84. No, they're not sponsoring the channel. Yes, I wish they would, because I want free pickles. But anyway, we can talk about pickles some other time. We're getting ready for court to begin. We've got about 8 minutes. What is Recovery Addict's story? New to the channel. Girl Scout, my story, the channel name actually began when I was metal detectoring a lot, and I was addicted to recovering artifacts from the ground. That being said, I do have my own personal story of an addiction to video gaming that nearly cost me everything. And through some really supportive people, specifically my wife, I'm able to get to the point where I am today. Video games are not a major part of my life anymore, and I'm able to do lots of cool things now as a result. It's a long story. There's more to it than that, but that's in a nutshell. We do have a lot of people here in chat who have experienced their own addiction recovery process or are working on their own path to sobriety, and we cheer on all those people and just support them wholeheartedly. So we're not trying to mock in any way anything related to addiction recovery. We have the utmost respect for that. So. I have 5 bags of pickle-flavored sunflower seeds. I've tried those. They are good, but you can't beat the spicy maple bourbon pickles. Although they're not as convenient to carry with you and eat while you're like hiking or something. Okay. Yodeling pickle, please. We'll do one shout out with the yodeling pickle. There we go. Get one shot from the pickle before we start. Yes, and you don't have to like pickles to be here. It helps, but you don't have to like it.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Let's see. They don't sell the pickles in Canada. I apologize. We do have members and fans and viewers from all over the world. New Zealand, Australia, Canada, Taiwan, UK, all over in Scandinavia, Germany, South Africa, Canada, Mexico. Am I missing anybody? I forget. And I apologize that you guys don't have the best pickles in the world.
Bring the jury.
I wish I could find a way to get them to you. All right. Don't forget to talk about the podcast tonight. The podcast tonight is different. It's not the same type of podcast. It is a more fun podcast where we just take a look at some of the funny stories, things that are happening around the world. And it's just 2 friends, basically, Weatherwatch and I, with Thomas and I, talking for about an hour and a half, and interacting with chat. It's also a live podcast, so we've got some Q&A. We do some funny little we rank things. We say, here's our top 3 in this category. We have a new category every time we do, things that are really good and things that are underrated, overrated, and stuff like that. It's a lighthearted, fun break from some of the seriousness that we face all week long as we listen to true crime and oftentimes the awful facts of the case that sort of are heavy during the week. So that podcast, it happens right here on this channel. How do the sounds work? They work by exclamation points, exclamation point commands. And Ritz did a cackle here, and that's the sound you heard. And the chirp you heard was triggered by peeps. If you want to see the commands that are available, you can type exclamation point commands in chat, and that will cause a response from the bot that will give you a list of all the different words you can put an exclamation point in front of, and it will trigger either an interaction with
kickback, taking it easy,
like that one. It will trigger either an audio interaction or it might trigger just a text interaction that way. 1 or 2 of them are limited to members, like taking a seat. The reserved seating is just for members. But everything else, and that's just a virtual seat. There's no real difference that way. But let's see, Karen Levia. Welcome. Thank you very much for becoming a new member. I appreciate that. Let's see. I was going to say one more thing about the commands. Yes, the commands. We do have commands during, like, before trial and during the breaks. The sounds are turned on, but I will turn off the sounds, and including the audio reading of super chat messages during the actual trial. Because we all want to focus on it. And that's one thing I do differently here. I try not to talk over anything that happens in court, because you guys are here to hear what's happening in court. You're not here to hear me talk. And so we do turn the sounds down during that so we can focus on that and just, get the best listening experience we can. I am a sort of a tech nerd, so I do have some crazy gear up here. You don't need this much to go live on YouTube. But I do try to use this gear to improve the audio from courts. Oftentimes the sound system is not good, and I'll tweak things and take out sounds that are distracting. Like if there's a really loud fan, I can sometimes equalize that out and fix that and change some views to make it better as well. Is all this tech left over from gaming? Somewhat. Some of the computers are, but. I also went to school for communications, electronic media. I've worked in the news industry, filming. I've filmed police. I've done all sorts of camera work for television, sports, college sports, professional sports, you name it. I've had some crazy camera experience, and some of that branches out from that, as I've had projects that I did on the side that needed a special piece of equipment.
There's a lawsuit.
Most of this I've acquired over about 8 to 10 years of just being addicted to buying cables and adapters. Thank you, Linda. Good to have you here. Andy. There you go. Andy Logan. I assume that's right. I'm not an English expert, but the E, I think that says its own name then. I'm sure to hear your voice, says Kiefer. Thank you. Gentlemen's new here. You're going to love it here. This is the most amazing group that you've ever watched trial with. I'll say that. There's no more fun group to sit down and watch trial with. Okay, we're getting video from the court right now. Let's go ahead and bring in. Let's see. Bring in this while I position. Let's switch that one. We'll bring in that just while I position things. We don't have any audio from that yet.
All rise. Court is now in session.
Okay. Let's see. Why are we not getting the audio? Give me a second here. Okay, we've got to switch feeds here. Sorry, I talked too long. I didn't have this ready. We'll have it up here in just a moment as they get started.
Have it taken right back out. It will smell up the courtroom if we keep it here. Mr. Clinton and Mr. Cook.
You stopped it, take it. I wasn't sure if it was cross-examination or what. So, but it's okay to bring it in, take it right back out. Okay. All right. So what witness is that going to be through?
Our very first one, Kelly Smith, will be our first witness this morning.
Okay. Okay.
And then
Alex Stollett.
what I would like to do, Judge, just because of the size of that exhibit, is probably have the suitcase, is have our investigator come in and actually just hold it for the witness, and then have that investigator show it to the jury, lift it up, and then when we're done, walk it back out.
All right, and I assume
Squirrel.
Just substitute photographs for it.
Give me just a second. It's not playing nicely with me.
Photos of it as well.
We've got to get El Paso County up here. Here's the webinar. Join the webinar. Here's me. They're talking about right now, they're talking about bringing the suitcase in and that it will smell up the courtroom. They're going to bring it in and then take it right back out.
No, and I understand that part, so, okay.
Trying to get this to launch. Okay, here it goes. Here's next.
Is there anything else that we need to address before we bring the jury in?
The jury's not here yet. Let me bring this over.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring it in.
Now they're bringing the jury. Okay, here we go. Sorry, the view is taking a second to get pieced together the way we want, with audio the way we want. Audio's now on. Sorry for the delay. We'll get this built properly. Yeah, I do apologize. That won't happen again. I'm not going to talk over the intro. But. Okay, so it's going to smell like death in the courtroom.
Bring the jury.
That's what I was just checking. Are you doing okay? Okay.
Okay. Trying to get the Letecia cam pulled up for you. There we go. That's her. And there's me. All right.
All rise for the jury, please. That's okay.
That's really loud.
Yeah. Yeah.
Looks like she's curled her hair a little bit. It looks more curled than it was yesterday.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start our day the same way that we have every other day, and that is, has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror? If so, please raise your hand. No response? All right. With that, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. We would call Kelly Smith.
All right. Ms. Smith, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am.
This is the witness that's going to testify about the suitcase and get that into evidence.
Good morning. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and spell your first and last name for the record?
Morning. I'm Kelly Smith, Kelysmith.
And there's a microphone there. Slide it closer to you and try to speak into it so that everybody can hear you.
Okay.
Ms. Smith, who are you employed by?
Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for the Santa Rosa County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a crime scene technician.
And just because we don't have a Santa Rosa County here in Colorado, where is that?
Florida.
All right. What's the biggest city in that county?
Milton.
Milton, okay. Is that very near to Pensacola?
Yes.
Okay. And Pensacola is in what county?
Escambia County, Florida.
All right. And I think you said that you're a crime scene technician, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Jury.
What education do you have that allows you to do that job?
We're turning those off.
I have several crime scene classes, water classes, suicidal classes, that I've taken for the job, and then a 40-hour class that they gave me when I started.
The 40-hour class, is that the basic crime scene investigation class?
Yes.
Was that in 2019?
Yes, sir.
Did you also take a crime scene processing class in 2020?
Yes, sir.
Why is it moving?
You mentioned that you took a water class. Was that the aquatic abuse, death, and homicidal drowning investigations?
Yes.
Was that in 2021?
Yes.
And then you said suicide investigations also? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Was that in 2022?
I believe so.
Let's see. What did you do before you became a crime scene technician for Santa Rosa County Sheriff?
I was still employed at the sheriff's office as a 911 dispatcher.
How long did you work as a dispatcher?
13 years.
What are the duties associated with being a crime scene technician for Santa Rosa County?
Documentation, photograph, collection of evidence, packaging of the evidence to turn it in. We do dusting of the fingerprints and take DNA samples.
Is it common for you to actually go out to potential crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Do you sometimes collect evidence from crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Do you also occasionally attend autopsies?
Yes, sir.
Will you typically collect evidence from those autopsies?
Yes, sir, and photograph.
And photographs? I want to direct your attention specifically to March 17th of 2020. Were you working as a crime scene technician back then?
Yes, sir.
Did you get a specific call to respond to the Escambia River Bridge on the report of a suitcase with a body inside of it?
Yes, sir.
What's that approximate location where you were called to?
The county line between Santa Rosa and Escambia.
And we had previous testimony from other people that had also gone to that bridge. It's sort of, if you look at a regular map with north being on the top, it looks like the bridge runs north to south, but it actually, I think, has a east-west lineage. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And as far as where you responded to, was that on the west side of the bridge or the east side of the bridge?
East side of the bridge.
Is it typical for you when you go to a scene like that to get briefed by somebody that's familiar with the investigation up to that point?
Yes, sir.
Did you have that occur here?
Yes, sir.
Who briefed you?
I don't remember. I don't recall on that one. Who
Okay.
the first person I spoke to.
Was it by chance Detective Jason Yoder?
Yes.
What was the information that you received from Detective Yoder when you got that first briefing?
That they had located a suitcase with a body in it under the bridge.
Did you have a chance to make your own visual observations of that area?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury just basically what you saw, and then at some point here in just a moment, we're going to get into some photographs.
I noticed we had to park on the other bridge, so I was able to look underneath the east bridge, and I'd just seen what appeared to be a suitcase and a material beside it from a distance. It just looked like material.
Did you have a chance also to view the scene from above, meaning on that bridge span looking down?
Yes.
Did it appear that the location where there was an indentation, that was where the suitcase was dropped from that bridge down to the ground below?
Yes, sir.
What color was that suitcase? Do you remember?
The olive green color.
Okay. Did you go up closer to the suitcase area?
Yes, sir.
You said that it looked like there was some fabric or something like that associated with the suitcase. When you got closer, could you tell what those things were?
You could see that it was a blanket and a body.
And then you mentioned earlier that it's very typical for you to take photos of scenes. Did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir.
At this point, I would like to approach and show the witness exhibit 77 through 85, which are photographs.
Brian, go ahead.
There may be some the corner of the photograph visible in the TV behind the witness. It should just be the corner. We shouldn't have any detail there, but just a warning. We're trying not to show any pictures or parts of pictures. I might move me up in the corner just in case.
People's exhibit 77 through 85 and then give you a heads up.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize those?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
These are the pictures around the suitcase that I've taken.
Out at the scene at the Escambia River Bridge?
Yes, sir.
Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw that day?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd move for admission of people 77 through 85.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 77 through 85 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay. Give me just a minute, though.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
So, Ms. Smith, this is going to be a little bit tricky for you, but I would like you to turn around in the witness stand there. Yep, you found the pointer. And then if you want to, you can actually stand up in the witness stand. But just please make sure when we're describing these photos that you speak loud enough so that the furthest juror from you can hear you.
Okay.
So point out for the jury what we're looking at there, please. And this is this is people 77 for the record.
It'll be hard to hear
These
this.
are the pylons to the bridge with the suitcase here. And from a distance, I could just tell it was material to the side of it.
Okay. And then People's Exhibit 78.
Same thing. Suitcase with a different angle. I'm seeing on a different side of it.
Is that the way it appeared when you got up to the scene, that it was everything had spilled out of the suitcase?
Yes, sir.
Okay. People's 79.
Just up close of the actual material and the victim here.
And, okay. And People's Exhibit 80.
This is just the suitcase itself.
Was it apparent to you when you got on scene that there had been quite a bit of decomposition happening already?
Yes, sir, due to the coloring here and the bug activity that was there.
What kind of bug activity are we talking about?
Maggots.
Does that indicate that the suitcase had been out in this condition for a period of time?
Yes, sir.
People's Exhibit 81. What are we looking at there?
This is what appeared to be a void spot. You were up on top of the bridge looking down. And then beside it, you could see everything's laid over and it's discolored, a little discolored from everything around it.
So is that looking from the span of the bridge down towards where the suitcase likely had dropped?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what it looked like for you when you stood there as well?
Yes, sir.
82, I believe, is this 82 or 81?
81.
81. So please put up 82. And is that just a close-up of that last photograph?
Yes, sir.
Did that suitcase have one wheel on it?
I don't recall.
Okay. People's Exhibit 83.
Just a side view of the suitcase.
And do you see a wheel on that bottom left of that photo?
Yes, sir.
So if we go back to 82, does it appear that that really deeper indention there would coincide with that wheel potentially?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then People's 84.
The inside of the suitcase.
It's hard to tell in photographs, but was the inside of that suitcase wet?
Very.
Is that common to have, I guess, a wet area like that when a body's decomposing?
Yes, sir.
85.
The backside of the suitcase, and it's wet. That's what the discoloration is there. Some liquid coming out.
So that darker area below the wheel there is liquid that had leaked out on the ground?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can take a seat again. And then that was on March 17th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you also attend the autopsy on March 18th?
Yes, sir.
So tell the jury, was the body that went to the autopsy the same body that you saw on scene on March 17th?
Yes, sir.
How could you tell?
The clothing was the same. The condition was the same. Similar characteristics.
What about the blankets that you mentioned? Were those also at autopsy?
They were.
Did you collect a lot of those items during the autopsy?
I did.
All right. Do you also take photographs of the autopsy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Where was that autopsy performed?
At Sacred Heart Hospital in Pensacola.
Was there a tentative identification done as to the remains that the autopsy was performed on?
Yes.
What was tentative identification made as?
Gannon.
Gannon.
Stauch.
Stauch, okay. Your Honor, may I approach with people's 87 through 102?
Okay, go ahead.
They are bringing it in. They are bringing the suitcase in. I'm not sure if it's going to be in this group. I think they're going to do that probably last with this witness. First, you'll have a series of photographs or another batch of photographs.
Actually going up with People's Exhibit 87 and then 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102. So there's a gap for physical evidence that we'll be admitting as well.
So it's 87 and then it jumps to 89 through 102?
87 and then 90.
Okay, got it. All right, thank you.
I realize there's some times where we like to see pictures, crime scene pictures.
Same thing as before. If you could just take a look at those. Then
out of respect for Gannon, I'm glad we're not doing that. Also, some of these pictures literally could put my channel in jeopardy if I were to show them because of the terms of service with YouTube. There are some places some of these pictures are available. Typically, it's on Reddit or something like that. One of the dark side of the internet. I would encourage anyone if they feel necessary to see that, like the jury sees it, to not share those pictures on social media or not try to disseminate them further.
Have you had a chance to look at those?
Yes, sir.
What are they, generally speaking?
Pictures from the autopsy.
Are they
Evidence.
fair of evidence?
Mm-hmm.
Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw during this autopsy and things that you collected?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'd move for admission of 87 and then 90 through 102.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 87 and 90 through 102 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish those, Your Honor.
May.
So we've got 87 up on the board behind you, and same as before, Ms. Smith, if you could just stand up and then let the jury know what we're looking at there.
This is going to be the bullet that was extracted from the victim's head, and these two plastic pieces were in there.
So the bullet that we see there, that's a projectile?
Yes, sir.
Is that typically expelled out of the end of a firearm?
Yes, sir.
I know it seems obvious, but we got to be technical, right? What about those plastic pieces there? What do those appear to be?
From my understanding, they were part of the bullet.
Okay. And then you said that these were recovered during the autopsy. Do you remember where specifically?
I believe the head.
The head. And then I want to approach with people's 88 and 89.
Go ahead. No, that's fine.
So if you could first take a look at people's exhibit 88.
Okay.
Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition today as the day that you collected it?
Yes, sir.
And what does it appear to be?
The projectile.
Same one that's in People's Exhibit 87?
Yes, sir.
Or at this time, I move for admission of People's 88.
You'll notice,
Mr. Cook?
You'll notice that when the graphic videos are shown,
Exhibit 88 will be admitted. Go ahead.
The judge glances over to the jury to see how they're handling the receipt of the images.
Yes.
He is concerned that
And then I've
they
got
might not be able to
People's
tolerate
Exhibit
it.
89 here in front of you. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
Does it appear to be in the same or substantially same condition today as the day that you recovered it?
Yes, sir.
What does it appear to be?
The red plastic pieces.
Same red plastic pieces that are in People's Exhibit 87?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 89.
Mr. Cook?
No objection.
Exhibit 89 will be admitted.
If we can just have the witness display these to the jury by walking in front of the witness stand.
That's fine.
Box. Starting with the 88, if you could just hold this up like this and then just walk slowly in front of the jury box.
So she's walking just to the left of the screen right next to me over here. just in front of the lawyer. That's where the jurors are seated in the courtroom.
And let's see if you can now do the same thing with people's exhibit.
It doesn't seem fair that she can sit there and plug her ears and not see this, that the jury has to see. They have to view all the evidence. And they have no desire to see this. But
Just set it on the table.
Until this trial is over and she receives a verdict, assuming it's guilty, she is not guilty in the eyes of the court. They can't force her to.
Now, Ms. Smith, we're going to go back up to the photos, to People's Exhibit 90. Tell the jury what we're looking at there, please.
That is the pillow that was located inside the suitcase.
Were there any defects apparent in that pillow?
Yes, there's a defect right here.
When we use the word defect, what do we mean?
Not if you wouldn't buy it with that in it. It's something that's occurred after the fact.
And can you tell by just looking at the defect in the pillow what might have caused the defect? Or does more investigation needed?
More investigation.
Okay. In People's Exhibit 91?
This is the other side of the pillow. It was one of those that had reversible on each side. This one's wet with a discoloration. And I had some remnants on there from the decomp.
People's 92? What are we looking at here?
That's the projectile. It was done on the x-ray machine
So is this actually an x-ray of that pillow itself?
of the pillow itself.
Are there actually two projectiles visible in that x-ray?
Over here in the white.
When we, again, just so that we're being technical and not leaving anything unsaid, when we say projectiles, are we again talking about bullets
Yes,
that were inside of this pillow?
correct.
People's 93?
That would be a close-up of the damaged part of the pillowcase.
Would that coincide potentially with a bullet being fired into that pillow?
Yes.
People's 94? What,
The same thing here with the defect right here on the pillow once we've taken the pillowcase off.
again, does that coincide with a bullet being fired into the pillow?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, we've seen the x-ray and the bullets were inside the pillow. Does that mean that there would not be any exit defects from the bullets?
Correct.
Okay. People's 95?
Up close, not the material, but the filling of the pillow, the damage that was done to it from the projectile.
Does that actually, can you see the projectile there as well?
Maybe a little bit right here.
Okay. People's 96?
Closer image of the damage done from the projectile.
And can you also see the projectile?
Here.
People's 97?
That would be one of the projectiles that was in the pillow that we got out.
People's 98?
Defect in the pillow from the projectile.
Is this a separate defect?
Yes, this is on the other side of the pillow.
People's Exhibit 99?
See, but there's the defect.
So this defect that we're looking at here now is the pillow with the pillowcase removed. Is that right?
Here was the first one.
And then the this defect coincides with that last defect in the pillowcase that we just looked at?
Yes.
People's 100?
Closer shot. Pillowcase for the pillow.
People's 101?
Another shot with us cutting the material and getting to the filling of the pillow.
And People's 102?
That would be the projectile that we pulled out.
So, correct to understand that you were able to pull out 2 projectiles from the pillow itself?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I'd like to approach the witness with People's Exhibit 103.
You may go ahead.
Same thing as before, Ms. Smith. Can you take a look at People's Exhibit 103? Do you recognize People's Exhibit 103?
Yes, sir.
What does it appear to be?
The 2 projectiles we pulled from the pillow.
Are they in the same condition today or roughly the same condition today as when you recovered them?
Yes, sir.
I move for admission of People's Exhibit 103.
Mr. Cook,
Objection.
Exhibit 103 will be admitted. Go ahead.
I have permission to have the witness display this for the judge.
That's fine.
These items are sealed. You can see in the bags as he brings them up to the witness. They're sealed and will not be opened in the courtroom. So we anticipate the suitcase will be sealed in
Step
some way
there.
too. Sharp, I don't think he objected. I think he said no objection, but the mic cut off the no part. I haven't seen many objections from him. Usually he'll...
Judge, at this point, I would ask for permission to approach the witness with People's Exhibits 104 through 120.
You may go ahead.
Usually an objection to witness, to evidence would be based on foundation or relevance.
Yeah.
This stuff is clearly both foundational and, I mean, the foundation's been laid with this witness knowing exactly, having witnessed the collection of this evidence, and it's directly related to the crime. So there's
Ms.
no
Smith,
objection
same
to
as
this.
before, if you could flip through those exhibits 104 through 120 and then give me a heads up when you're done looking at them.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the photos 104 through 120?
Yes, sir.
Are those photographs that you took during the autopsy of Gannon Stauch on March 18th, 2020?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations as to what you saw that day?
Yes.
You're going to move for admission and permission to publish 104 through 120.
Mr. Cook.
Okay, this is a sidebar, and by rule, I have to switch to this view. The judge has indicated that that I'm not allowed to show sidebar video. I realize other channels are showing it. I just, in order number 28 that he released, the 2 rules that I have is we can't show the jury and we can't show audio or video of the sidebar. And the video stream I show includes the judge, and so you'd be able to read his lips and see what's happening. And so in compliance with that order, we'll switch to this view just while they're up doing their sidebar. We can talk about and answer any questions, and then we'll jump right back. Audio is still live, so as soon as the mics come back, we'll have that. You're not going to miss any of that. The sidebar is this judge is different than previous trials. He runs a very tight ship when it comes to objections. There is no, speaking objections like we saw in in so many other trials, whether it was Alex Murdaugh or Zachariah Anderson, or even in the Gwyneth Paltrow case. The judge does not. They play white noise for the jury to hear. They turn on white noise speakers over the jury box so they can't pick up any sounds from across the courtroom. And the judge has his mic turned off, and they're discussing things back and forth that way. So as soon as this, he's flipping through papers, reading something. Let's see. Yes, Pittsburgh Proud. Post-national hotline for mental health crisis, called 988 for 24-hour help. If anyone does feel like they need that or knows someone that does need that help, please give that number a call. It's not a bad thing to ask for help, and it could save your life. It really could. Spooky Days, good to have you here. I'm glad you stumbled on the channel as well. Welcome. Hope you do enjoy it here. Little Miss says, my understanding was that the trunk of the van wasn't fully separate from the cab, not 100% though. So there's like a crawl through. I thought it was a U-Haul. U-Hauls typically don't have connection between the two. There's oftentimes even some fire retardant between the two in case there's a fire in the back. They'll protect the cab. I may be wrong. It might have been a van of some sort that was smaller. Colorado Springs, wonder if you get a seat in the courtroom. Yes, Hollywild, Colorado. I believe you probably could. The courtroom is open. Just viewing from what we can see on the WebEx, it looks like it's probably got room if you're interested in going. The judge does not like people going in and out, and he has said if you get up and leave, you stay out until the next break. And I don't know how they're working passes as far as first come, first serve. You might want to call the court clerk to get that information, but the odds are you could probably find yourself in court as an observer if you want to do that. Did they bring in the suitcase? Joined late today. I believe they're talking about bringing it in right now. The sidebar is still ongoing, which we're not allowed to show under court rules. It was a budget rental van rather than the truck. Okay, so that could have been, man, that could have been so bad. I'd love to sit in on this one, says Amanda G. I'd love to talk with someone who sits in on the trial, because obviously we have one view and we have audio, but you in the court you have another view that includes the jury, and you can see a lot from just how they're interacting with people and whether they're making eye contact or shaking their head. There's some very obvious body language stuff that is very clear. I'm not really good on the very subtle body language, like, oh, he pursed his lips, which means this type thing. I don't pick up on that as much from a video. Okay, we're back, so we're gonna take that. Sidebar's over. And let's go here. There we go.
Okay. All right. Court will exclude Exhibit 104 as cumulative. Court will admit Exhibits 105 through 120.
And permission to publish starting with 105 and then through 120. Well, if you just...
You may. Go ahead.
Okay. I may be moving my little box up to cover part of the window, if you guys don't mind. If they're saying it's cumulative, what we have is... It's so bad. What they're saying is...
Okay, same as process as before, Ms. Smith. If you could just stand up and tell us what we're looking at here. First, in a general sense, what are we looking at?
This is a T-shirt that the victim was wearing when we located him.
Did this T-shirt have a number of defects in it that coincided with injuries that the victim had on his body?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so when we're looking at People's Exhibit 105, there's obviously some graphics on the T-shirt, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there's that angular measuring device there. Is that signifying, as we look through these photos, where specific defects were in the shirt?
Yes.
So can you point out the defect that we're looking at first in 105?
The defect here is going to be right here. There's cotton, white cotton behind it to help them stand out.
And then if we go to 106, is that a close-up of that same defect?
That is a close-up of the same defect.
107?
Here, now we're here.
Sort of where it says Minecraft over the R, it looks like?
Yes.
And then 108?
Yep, close to you.
109? Those first two, would that coincide roughly with the left chest area, lower left chest area?
Yes.
And now would that coincide with, I guess, left shoulder area?
Yes.
Collarbone maybe? And then 110?
Close up of that same image
111,
to the arm here.
the sleeve of the arm.
Yes, left arm.
Okay. And then 112,
Close up of that same defect.
113,
Up to here.
so are we still looking at the left sleeve, just upper portion of that sleeve?
Yes,
114, I think,
up close of that one.
115,
Turn the shirt over. And this would be the defect.
that appears to be a larger defect than the others, is that correct?
Yes,
And then 116,
close version of
117,
left arm again, back side.
118,
Up close.
119.
And that one just moved up to here.
And then are we looking at the backside for both of those last couple of photos, the backside of the left sleeve?
Yes,
120,
up close of that one.
left sleeve again?
Yes, sir.
All right, if you could go ahead and sit down.
Just know we had to turn slow mode on because there's so many people in chat. It allows your comment to stay on the screen longer. I realize you can only talk every 30 seconds or so.
Or may I approach with People's Exhibit 121 through 141?
You may, go ahead.
The slow mode affects everybody, and it's not a punishment. It's so we can see your comments and have a chance to read it instead of it just flying off the screen. So I appreciate your support there.
Right.
Yes, it was a Minecraft shirt, and they're talking about defects in the shirt. Those would be like stab wounds. It would be a tear or a hole or something like that.
Go ahead and flip through those and then let me know when you're done.
Brad, I don't think we'll get there, but we'll take it a step at a time.
Okay.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
What are those photographs of?
The jacket the victim was wearing when we located him.
To sort of contrast what we just looked at, the T-shirt, was that a basic cotton T-shirt with the graphic writing on it?
Yes.
This jacket that we're going to look at next, is it more of a nylon type jacket?
Yes.
Is it the jacket that the victim was wearing that you recovered at autopsy?
Yes.
Are these fair and accurate representations as to what you saw of that jacket at the autopsy on March 18th, 2020?
Yes.
And at this time, I move for admission of 121 through 142 and permission to publish.
Mr. Cook?
It's done. We moved it to the bench.
Okay.
About these,
Council approach, please.
Okay, we've got another bench discussion. So we're gonna take a little break here as they're sitting there for the same reason. I realize that other channels are showing portions of this, and you can see this, but the permission I have to rebroadcast from the court requires that I not show any video or audio. The court's taking care of the audio problem, but any video of the bench discussion. So there, what we're probably having here is another similar objection to one we just had, where they said the pictures you're showing are cumulative. That meaning there's too much. You're piling it on. You could get the same point across without showing every single picture. You know, this picture.
Right. Exhibits 121 through 142 are admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may go ahead.
So, Ms. Smith, same as before, 121 should be up on the screen here in just a moment. So tell the jury what we're looking at in 121.
This is the jacket the victim was wearing when we located him.
Is this the inside of the jacket, so the lining of the jacket?
Yes, sir.
So point out where you can see any defects in this jacket.
One, here, here. This appears to be one here.
Okay. And then moving on to 122.
Up close to that first one that I pointed.
And would this generally be, since we're looking at the lining of the jacket, would this essentially mean that this would coincide with the victim's back area?
Yes.
Okay. 123.
Close to that one.
124.
Showing the defects right there.
Again, is this still looking at the lining of the jacket, which would generally coincide with the back of the victim?
Yes, sir.
125.
Close to that one.
126.
Over here, same back side of the victim.
127.
Up close.
128.
We're here, now we're over here. It's still the same on the back side, and this is the lining.
Sort of would this coincide roughly with the back shoulder? It looks like it's closer to the sleeve here.
Yes.
129.
Jay,
Up close to that one.
I hear you, my friend.
130.
When there's a break, I wanted to shout out Jay a little bit.
So is this getting closer to the top of the shoulder area of the jacket?
Yes, sir.
Still, are we looking at the lining of the jacket?
Yes, sir.
131.
Close to that one.
132.
Gonna be the hood with some defects here.
Are we looking at the lining of the hood?
Yes.
Okay. 133.
Back that pointed to.
134.
Close to that one.
135.
Second one that I pulled.
136. And those last couple, also the inside lining of the hood.
Correct.
Okay. 137.
This will be the back of the jacket.
Is this just an, oh, I'm sorry.
Here, one here.
Essentially an overview of the back of the jacket.
Yes.
138.
First one that I,
139.
second one that I pointed to. Still on the back of the jacket.
140.
Here, now we're over here.
141.
Still here.
And then 142.
Here's the defect. I was trying to see where at on the jacket.
Does it appear that this is closer to the zipper?
Yes.
Can you see the zipper there at the top?
Here's the zipper.
Okay. Thank you. And Your Honor, now I would like to approach the witness with People's Exhibit 143.
All right, you may go ahead.
Jay is an awesome individual. Follow him on Twitter, The Shaming of Jay on Twitter. Thanks to him, some of my stuff has gone viral. Some of the tweets and retweets. Appreciate you, my man. Also,
You had a chance to look at People's 143?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, sir.
What does it appear to be?
Pair of pants.
Photo of the pair of pants?
Correct.
Are these the pants that the victim was wearing when you went to the scene on March 17th and then the autopsy on March 18th?
Yes, sir.
Did you also collect those items?
I did.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the pants as you saw them on March 18th?
Yes.
And at this time, I would move for admission and permission to publish 143.
No, Judge.
Exhibit 143 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Permission to publish, there we go. Just generally give us are these nylon sort of athletic pants?
Yes.
Does it appear that there's, it's hard to tell, right? There's a lot of standing on this from decomp, I would assume.
Yes, sir.
But does it also appear that there's white stripes running down the legs of these pants?
Yes, 2 on each side.
Can you point those out for the jury, please?
Here's one right here, and then the other one's right here.
Okay. All of these items that we just looked at, so the pillow, the blankets, the T-shirt, the hoodie, and these pants, I think it may be obvious, but were these heavily soiled with decomposition from Gannon's remains?
Yes.
Associated with that heavy decomposition, was there quite a smell associated with them?
Yes.
Is that why we're not bringing those items into the jury to let them have to deal with that as well?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, finally, would like to have my investigator approach the witness with People's Exhibit number 86.
All right, May, go ahead.
And just so that we're all clear, this is the item that we talked about prior to.
This is the suitcase.
Is there any objection as to the foundational issue of this defense? Okay.
They're bringing the suitcase in now. It is sealed.
Mr. Allen?
So, Ms. Smith, our investigator Cecil Weir is going to help with this item because of the size of it. But if you could just take a look at it and let me know if you recognize People's Exhibit 86.
And I didn't hear your question over the paper.
Yeah, that paper was a little loud. Do you recognize People's Exhibit 86?
I do.
What does it appear to be?
The olive green suitcase that was at the scene.
Did you collect this scene at the River Bridge, or was it at autopsy?
At the River Bridge.
Okay. Does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition today as the day that you recovered it?
Yes.
You know, at this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 86.
Mr. Cook?
Objection.
Exhibit 86 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Your Honor, because of the decomposition material on this item, we are asking for permission to not leave this here in the courtroom, but I would like to have permission for our investigator, Mr. Weir, to show this item to the jury by holding it up. It is a larger item.
You may. Go ahead.
Thank you.
The judge is going to be paying attention to the jury's reaction here. Letecia has her head down. We believe she has earplugs in. That's our belief right now. That's that she's been given earplugs and is probably not listening or paying attention right at this moment. Hair covering her face. Judge is very intent on watching the jury to see how their reaction is. This is going. I mean, this is the beginning of some very, very difficult evidence they're going to be seeing. And you can see there they're taking the suitcase out now.
Thank you, ma'am. Does that suitcase have a broken handle on it as well?
Yes, sir.
If Mr. Weir holds that up, can you point that out to the jury?
This handle right here, not attached.
And then just so that we're all clear, although I think it's probably fairly obvious, but we need to build a record as well. All of the items that you saw out at the Escambia River Bridge, so the 2 blankets, the pillow, and Gannon's remains inside of this suitcase?
Correct.
And if I wasn't clear before, the clothing that I mentioned and that had heavy decomposition material on them, was that true also for the blankets and the pillow?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And so at this point, Judge, I would ask if we can just have our investigator take that item back out before it starts to.
Is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you may. Go ahead. Just take it out.
He's trying to collect the baggage or the paper too. Stephanie?
Yeah, Colorado did abolish the death penalty in 2020. So
all right, Ms. Smith, just a couple more questions for you. How long have you lived in that, I guess, greater Pensacola area?
45 years.
Are you familiar with several bridges in that area?
Yes.
The Escambia River Bridge obviously is the one that we've been talking about today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there also an I-10 bridge?
Yes.
And then a 98 Pensacola Bay Bridge, essentially? Yes. Of those bridges in the area, is the Escambia River Bridge less traveled or more traveled than the other bridges?
Less.
Less traveled. And then are you also familiar with I-95?
Yes.
Where's I-95?
It goes along the east coast of Florida.
Okay. All right, that would be my questions for this witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Cook.
See if he has any questions. It should be.
Your Honor, I don't have any questions for this witness. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Smith? Just write it down. Pass it forward. Looks like we might have a couple, so just write them down, pass them forward, and I'll have somebody collect them.
Okay, we're gonna have to cut away. They're gonna do a little a bench consult here. The papers get collected by the bailiff from the jury.
You want me to retrieve them, Your Honor? Or?
Yes, yeah. Just put them on the bar in front of you there. Just pass them forward. Put them on the bar in front of you, and then Mr. Allen, if you would retrieve those, please, and counsel approach.
So we're gonna switch to a different view while they discuss this. They have to review the questions first. They'll just hand them to the judge. So let's switch there. We're not allowed to show the judge's mouth while he's talking. They're gonna, you know what I can do? I can have a safety shot. I'm gonna switch to a courtroom shot. Actually, let's just switch to this iPad. How about that? Right here. So we'll just wait. This is a live shot of the witness box while they're doing a little bench consult here. Okay, I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, in Colorado, the Supreme Court has ruled that basically opened up the path for jurors to ask questions in trial. And so what they're doing is they write their question on a piece of paper, and they put it on the bench. The bailiff, or in this case, the prosecutor, picked up the paper. They brought it up to the judge. They reviewed it. Looks like they're going to go ahead with those. Here we go. And now the judge asks the questions.
Ms. Smith, was the suitcase cleaned? It appears cleaner.
No, it was not cleaned. It was kind of hard to see through the plastic.
Right. And this is a timeline question. You visited the discovery site on March 17 of 2020, and the autopsy was on March 18 of 2020. Let's start there. Are those 2 dates accurate?
Yes.
And so you already knew on March 18 of 2020 that it was Gannon?
They didn't know for sure. They went by some pictures, and then I'm not sure what their procedures are for identification.
All right. I will allow reasonable follow-up as to those questions only. Mr. Allen?
Just on that last question, when we were talking about identification of the remains, was that just a tentative identification?
Yes.
Not a finalized identification? Do you know that a finalized identification came sometime later?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cook?
Tried to slow it down a little bit more because it's still going so fast.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
I think they're gathering up the evidence.
Morning, Your Honor. People call Trevor Seifert to the stand.
Trevor Seifert.
Mr. Seifert, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Yeah, we need you guys to
Morning.
think about what you
Could you
type
please
here.
introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name?
My name is Trevor Seifert, spelled Trevorseifert.
I just mispronounced your name, so I apologize for that. What is your occupation?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
And how long have you been with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Just over 17 years.
And what are your specific roles within that title?
Up until September of last year, I was in the biology section of the Pensacola Regional Operations Center. And in the biology section, we do DNA analysis.
And what kind of experience and training do you have in the field of DNA analysis?
Education-wise, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology from Southern Oregon University and a PhD in Microbiology and Immunology from the University of Florida. At the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, I also went through a one-year training program in forensic biology.
And does the field of DNA analysis include the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes.
And have you been practicing in that field within the role that you just described? And approximately how many investigations have you been involved in where you've done some DNA testing in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Hundreds of cases, and we actually count the number of samples that we analyze, and it's well over 8,000.
And do you have some continuing education that you participate in to stay up to date in that field?
Yes, we have required annual continuing education, and we keep up to date with current literature.
And have you been qualified as an expert in a court of law to testify in the field of forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, in the Florida 1st and 14th Circuit.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 55.
First time in Colorado, I take it?
Testifying, yes.
Okay. At this time, we'd ask the court to allow Mr. Seifert to testify in the field of forensic DNA analysis as an expert.
No objection. All right. Just a minute.
So he's going to be allowed to speculate on things where a lay witness would not be able to. Becky Parker, thank you so much for this.
Ladies and gentlemen, a person may be qualified as an expert by education, experience, skill, or training. You are not bound by the testimony of a witness who has testified as an expert. The credibility of an expert's testimony is to be considered as that of any other witness. You may believe all of an expert witness's testimony, part of it, or none of it. The way you give the testimony is entirely your decision. Mr. Young?
Thank you. Could you please educate us in the field of DNA? What is DNA? Where does it come from? That kind of thing.
Sure. DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It is a molecule that is found in every cell of your body except for mature red blood cells. It carries the instructions for the development and structure of all living organisms. At FDLE and Florida Department of Law Enforcement, we do what is called STR DNA analysis, and STR stands for short tandem repeats. Short tandem repeats vary between individuals, and the number of repeats at markers that we look at are what differ between individuals and create their unique profile. We look at 21 different areas in the DNA, which I'll call markers, and 3 gender markers that can tell us whether the DNA is consistent with a male or a female. In order to develop a DNA profile, I will take a sample from biological material and do chemical processes which will break open the cells, releasing the DNA into a solution. I then place this solution onto an instrument that quantifies the amount of DNA that I was able to obtain from the sample. And if I reach a high enough threshold, I can then use a process called polymerase chain reaction, which amplifies each of the 21 markers that I'm looking at millions of times with a fluorescent tag that enables another instrument, a genetic analyzer, to measure the length of each of these fragments, which
determines the number of markers, number of short tandem repeats, and gives us a profile for the individual or the sample.
Can you talk to the jury about the uniqueness of these profiles that you've been talking about?
Yes, depending on the number of markers that I'm able to generate a profile from, statistics differ with how unique it will be. But overall, a DNA profile of an individual is unique to that individual, and only a identical sibling will have the same DNA profile.
And where do we get this uniqueness from? Where does our DNA come from?
Half of your DNA comes from your mother, half of your DNA comes from your father. And so the combination of the DNA from both, so you have 2 copies of DNA, 2 copies of these markers. And so at each of these markers, I will get a number of repeats. So one marker may have 5, let's say 5 of these short tandem repeats from your mother and 10 from your father. So at that marker, you would be considered a 5-10. And what we're looking at when we're comparing profiles from a questioned sample to a known individual, we're looking at those numbers and matching those numbers.
So if we have, for instance, a body found where we don't know who that person is, would we be able to create a profile if the DNA was in good shape and then determine who the parents of that individual were, or vice versa?
Yes, we can.
When we talk about the field of forensic DNA analysis, I think you just alluded to it a little bit in your previous answer. Are we talking about having a known DNA profile and then unknown DNA profiles to figure out if there's a match or if there's some consistency between the two?
Yes. So in most cases, we're dealing with evidence from a crime scene, looking for a suspect. So we're looking for the DNA profile from the evidence and then comparing it with DNA profile from an individual said to be involved in the case. In other cases, we're looking at unidentified human remains and comparing that to DNA profiles from individuals that are in a missing persons database.
And so is there databases in the United States, for instance, where there's DNA profiles for unsolved crimes, things like that, where if you develop a profile, you can compare that to a database to see if there's a match?
Yes, there are.
And do agencies across the country submit DNA profiles to those databases?
Yes.
Now, where does this DNA come from? What do people leave behind where you might be able to obtain DNA profiles from?
Well, the majority of it is bodily fluids, blood, semen, saliva, tissue, and we can also obtain DNA from items that people have worn or handled, so epithelial cells or skin cells that are left behind, or hairs.
You alluded to earlier about crime scenes. Are there particular crime scenes that might deteriorate DNA?
Yes, DNA is stable in dry and cold environments. When it's out in the natural environment, DNA is degraded by the human body. Once a cell dies, it releases enzymes that breaks up the DNA. Microorganisms also break up DNA. So in hot, humid, wet, or damp environments, the DNA is degrading rapidly.
I'm going to take you back to 2020, and particularly March 17th of 2020. Were you familiar with a body that was discovered underneath the Escambia Bridge there by Pensacola, Florida, around that time frame?
Yes, I was.
And after autopsy and investigation, were you asked to conduct some DNA analysis to confirm the identity of this individual who was found deceased under the bridge?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. What did you do? And we'll get into your results in a second.
In the first submission of evidence that I received from our medical examiner, I received buccal swabs, which are swabbings from the inside of the cheek of an individual, and a card with a couple drops of blood. I then performed the analysis that I already explained, where I took samples from each broke open the cells in solution and attempted to obtain DNA profiles. The blood sample did not give me enough DNA to amplify and get a profile. And the buccal swab gave me enough DNA to attempt to develop a profile. However, the results were so low that I could not interpret the results.
And what was your understanding of the condition? Did you later determine that this was Gannon-Stauch?
Yes.
I'm just going to use Gannon-Stauch as who we're talking about here. Did you learn about the condition of Gannon-Stauch's body as it laid underneath that bridge February to March of 2020?
Yes, I heard that it was a body in a suitcase, and based upon the condition of the initial evidence that I received, the buccal swab and blood stain, I could tell that it was a decomposing body.
And was it surprising to you that you were not able to get enough DNA from the buccal swabs and the blood card from autopsy to develop a profile?
No, not at all.
Why is that?
During decomposition, the DNA breaks down, and usually we have to go to a harder tissue such as a bone or teeth.
And is it because of the deterioration that you alluded to earlier, Gannon's body being under the bridge by water in the humidity and heat of Florida?
Yes, and the amount of time.
And I think you just said you had to go to some bone. Tell us about what you did with the bone and why did you go to the bone?
Yes, next I received a rib bone, and I took numerous samples from the rib bone at separate times. So initially I swabbed some of the tissue on the rib bone, took a cutting of the rib bone, and went through the process of trying to get DNA from those. The swabbing of the tissue resulted in not enough DNA to go any further. The cutting from the tissue, I again got a very low amount of DNA, but was not able to interpret a profile. So I went back to the bone again, broke it open and removed marrow, and went through the DNA analysis again, and again was only able to obtain information, but not enough to interpret. Went back to the bone again and actually took pieces of the bone and did a longer process. It takes several days to get a DNA profile from. And with that, I was able to get a partial profile. So a complete profile is information at all 21 of the markers we're looking at. And with this partial profile, I was able to get information at 9 markers. So the difference between the markers is the length. So the longer a marker is, the more likely it's going to be chopped up and not give us any information.
And so when you were able to get these 9 markers you alluded to, this was from a rib bone, correct?
Correct.
Did you also have at least information that there was a tentative identification that this was Gannon-Stauch?
Yes, I did.
And did you also have indication that there was a DNA profile developed for Gannon-Stauch here in Colorado Springs at the Metro Crime Lab?
Yes.
Did you contact the Metro Crime Lab with the 9 markers or the profile that you developed from the rib bone to see whether or not there was a match with the known profile from Gannon-Stauch that we had here in Colorado Springs?
Yes, I did.
And what was the results of that?
I received confirmation back from them that they had a match with the profile that I generated from the rib bone and a case here.
And what does that mean?
That means that the markers that I obtained a profile from matched a standard or a DNA profile that they had developed here in this case.
Was that confirmation, at least for you, that that was the body of Gannon-Stauch?
Yes, if it were a case that I was working through to the end, I would have continued working to obtain a complete profile from the remains, and then I would also need to obtain whatever piece of evidence they used to get the complete profile from here in Colorado, and compare those myself and then perform statistics, which would give you a likelihood ratio on how good of a match it was.
And do you know whether or not anyone from Colorado Springs did exactly what you just described?
I assume that they did, but I do not know.
Essentially, when you made this determination that the 9 profiles from the rib bone matched the known profile for Gannon Stauch, did the El Paso County Sheriff's Office and the Metro Crime Lab here in Colorado Springs kind of take it from there and take over the investigation?
Yes.
Those are my questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tellini?
No question. Probably nothing.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Mr. Seifert, sorry. No? All right. Thank you, Brady. You may step down.
Okay, it's hard to imagine we're going to have an 8-week trial.
Approach, please.
With no
safe travels.
Safe travels. He's out. He's back to Florida. As counsel's approaching here, we'll take a little cut view while we wait for them to come back. Actually, let's see. Let me see if I can get a different camera.
All right, prosecution, call your next witness, please.
You can call Alexis Peck to stand here.
Last name again?
Peck.
Peck. Thank you.
Hack. I'm sorry. P-A-C-K.
Alexis Pack, P-A-C-K, is our next witness.
Ms. Pack, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, ma'am. Up here. You swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
It's funny, Law & Crime.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
Alexis Pack, P-A-C-K.
And where do you live, Miss Pack?
Pensacola, Florida.
Okay. First time in a courtroom?
Yes.
Everyone's really nice in here, I promise, okay?
Okay.
Miss Pack, what do you do for a living?
I just stay at home now. I did work at the hotel as a front desk agent.
Okay. And when you say the hotel, are you talking about the Candlewood Suites?
Yes, sir.
And which Candlewood Suites did you work at?
The one in Pensacola on Davis Highway.
And how long were you working there?
I worked there for 3 years.
Were you working there back on February 4th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that job at the front desk, would you routinely check people in, check people out, that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
And would you fill out paperwork as you did that?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 181.
Okay.
And it's in a plastic folder. You can pull out that document if you like. I believe it's a 3-page document.
This will be a very brief witness with probably.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Very little
And what
to
is
no
that?
cross.
It's the form that they fill out whenever they check in.
And did you fill that form out?
I did not.
Okay. Who filled that form out? Do you know?
It's the person who checks in. They fill it out.
The
Let me
guest.
have you turn to page 3 of that document. You see that computer printout?
Yes.
Do you see your name on that computer printout?
Yes.
Do you see the name of the person who checks someone in on that computer printout?
I do.
Okay. So tell us about that. Who checked this person in that's related to this document, and then who checked them out?
So there was a lady named Sharon who worked there who checked her in, and I checked her out.
Okay. And are these documents that you use with anytime someone checks in or checks out of the hotel?
Yes.
And are these routinely used in the course of business at the Candlewood Suites?
Yes.
And does this accurately depict the check-in and check-out for the person named in this document back on February 4th, 2020?
Yes.
We would move to admit People's Exhibit 181.
Defense?
No objection.
Exhibit 181 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And before we publish that, I'd like to show you another exhibit, if I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Show you People's Exhibit 221. It's already been admitted into evidence.
It's a big exhibit.
You recognize this overhead photo here?
Yes.
And I don't want to be Captain Obvious here, but the label that says Candlewood Suites there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that where the hotel is located at?
Yes.
And is that where you were working on February 4th, 2020 when this person checked in?
So I don't think I was working when she checked in, but when she checked out.
Did she check out on February 4th, 2020?
So I'm not sure if she checked out with me or if the housekeeping staff told me she was gone, and that's why I checked her out.
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
Just for the record, I'll publish to the jury again. Exhibit 220. Okay, we can publish People's Exhibit 181 now. It's kind of tough to see on the TV screens. Can we zoom in on that a little bit, please? So let's start with the top part of that exhibit, and you can look at the one, the actual exhibit in front of you, if you like.
Okay.
What is the name of the person who checked in back on February 4th, 2020?
I don't know how to say the last name,
Okay.
but it's Letecia Stauch.
Okay, you did a pretty good job with the last name. And again, I know it says there, but where is this person from, at least what they're saying when they check in?
South Carolina.
And does this information also show the method of how they paid for the room and things like that?
Yes.
Down below it says, where it says reservation information,
Mm-hmm.
it says company, and it says Ford Motor Company. Where did that come from? Do you know?
So that's a fixed rate we would have had in the system for that company.
And so whoever is getting the reservation, would they have to tell whoever's working the front desk that I'm with the Ford Motor Company to check in?
So yes, or if they make it online, they can put that in themselves if they have the rate code.
But you get that from the person, whoever's making the reservation. That's not something you just put in there.
No.
So she got a discount for being with
If
Ford.
we go down a little bit, can we just scan down that first page? Right there's good, thanks. Is there information when they check in to describe what vehicle they're driving?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle did the person say they were driving, or this Letecia Stauch say they were driving?
A Nissan Altima.
And does anybody check to see if that's accurate?
No, sir.
If we can now go to page 2 of that document. Again, we have page 2 of this exhibit. Again, Ford Motor Company, is that again the same information
Yes.
that you get from the person who's checking in?
Yes.
Can we go back to the first page? I forgot to mention something on that. Thanks. Or just the top part. Appreciate it. You're familiar with the rooms there at the hotel?
Yes.
What is a standard suite 1 queen non-smoking mean?
It's just one queen bed.
Standard room, I take it? Okay. I went to law school, so that's how I come up with these great questions. Can we go to page 3 of that document now? We rotate that so we can. I'm asking you to do a lot. I appreciate that, Ms. Grantiano. It won't rotate, huh? All right. Well, let's look at this page here. Does it have the times that the person actually checked in and the times they checked out?
Yes, sir.
Could you please tell the jury the time that Ms. Stauch checked in to the hotel?
It looks like it was 12:23, I think.
Okay. And you base that on the 0023 that we see on the document?
Yes, sir.
And that would have been on what date?
February 4th, 2020.
And then your name is associated with the checkout. What time did this individual check out?
11:11.
And that top line, I know we can't see it because it's documented. Could you read what the description says?
Where it says checkout.
It says Stauch, Letecia.
Okay, it says Stauch Letecia checking out on 2/4/20, having arrived 2/3/20.
Now, does that indicate when the reservation was actually made?
Yes.
So the actual checkout time would have been what is documented on this page.
Correct.
Can you tell by looking at this page what time the reservation was actually made?
11:43.
So roughly a half an hour before she actually physically checked in?
Yes.
Does this document indicate to you how many guests would have been checked in on that date?
No.
If you go down to that back to the first page, kind of the second area on that first page, we can zoom in on that, please. Thanks. Scroll up a little, please. Keep going. Yep, there we go, right there. Do you see where it says number of guests?
Yes.
What does it say there?
1.
And do you know when this document was signed? Was it when they check in or when they check out?
When they check in.
All right. Those are my questions, John. Thanks.
Vince, cross-examination.
Nothing.
Thank you.
Oh, it's going to be short.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My name is Will Cook. I'm an attorney for the defense. I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay?
Okay.
So you had nothing to do with the check-in in this case?
No, sir.
Okay. And you can't remember if you actually checked out on February 4th or the 5th, this Letecia Stauch?
No, sir.
Would you be able to recognize the person that checked out or you checked out on that date?
No, sir.
Okay. In fact, you may not have ever even seen this person.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Redirect.
No, thanks, Sean.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Pack? No? Great. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Watch your step as you step down.
Poor girl flew in from Florida to testify in court. She's probably had never done that before.
All right.
They said safe travels. She's
All
flying.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning recess until about 10:45. If I can have all of the jurors back in the jury room at 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, we'll see you back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please.
Allison Miles just sent a super sticker with 10.
Allison Miles, thank you so much for the super sticker. I love the #1 fan super sticker. Thank you so much. We're going to take a little break. Hopefully we can get Nicole from Goodman Law Firm on the phone with us during this break to talk a little bit about the not guilty by reason of insanity and maybe some other factors of this case, whatever he decides to go to. They do kill the court feeds from the courtroom as soon as we go on break. But we will keep the audio going, so the second they come back, we'll know, and we'll jump back to this view where we'll see everything that happens as it happens. I do appreciate you. I don't know why.
Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
For record purposes, Judge, the one item that you excluded as cumulative, I think that was 104. Do you want us to take it out of that pile of photos?
Yes, please.
Yep. So we'll do that over the break.
Okay. All right. Defense?
Nothing at this time.
Okay. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll see if Nicole's able to call in. If not, Matthew might beat her. Let's see. Oh, Nicole's on the phone. Wow.
Call from Nicole Goodman.
Nicole, you are so prompt. It's
morning.
like having a lawyer on speed dial. I mean, how do I rank to get this sort of treatment?
Ask and you shall receive.
Nicole, happy Good Friday to you. Thank you for being here.
Same.
Good morning.
Thank you for having me.
Where do you want to start talking about what's happening here today?
From what I understand, there's a lot of questions about the insanity defense.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to go over that a little bit. I think that might help clarify things.
Yes.
So in Colorado, the insanity defense, not guilty by reason of insanity, the burden is on the prosecution to prove that she was sane at the time of the incident. So this snapshot in time is what is relevant. The state of mind or the sanity of the defendant at the time of the trial is irrelevant. She's claiming at the time of the homicide, she was not sane. So that's why there's been a lot of questions by the prosecution with respect to the calculating nature of her lies, the disposal of his remains. All of that is why that's coming into play, how she can follow rules of traffic, safety laws and so forth. That's to show at that time that she was sane.
Okay, so I'm trying to put this together in my head. There was one point, we read her letters this morning. There's one point where she wanted to represent herself pro se, and she's sort of upset because her lawyers told the judge she wants to represent herself and she wants to do a not guilty by reason of insanity. And she's like, you shouldn't have told him that part. If you just told him pro se, I would have been able to represent myself, and then I could have gone this way. How does that work? Can you have not guilty by reason of insanity and still have a judge that says, yeah, you can represent yourself?
Yes, of course. And because, again, the state of mind and the sanity of the defendant at the time of trial and the sanity of the defendant at the time of the homicide are separate.
So would that stand to reason then that she could, in theory, if she had gotten her way, she could have been a pro se defendant using the NGRI defense and testified in her own defense during the trial? What a circus! Yeah,
she could still testify in her own defense.
She's not clearly she's not happy with her lawyers a little bit, So
right. And obviously, well, you can tell that just from the body language. They sit often with their backs towards her and away from her. And that's something that's typical of attorneys who are not thrilled with their clients.
You can imagine when they got the call that they're like, hey, you've been appointed. They're like, are you serious?
Right.
It just got worse and worse.
Right.
It explains the opening so much when the guy just about, he was acting, but he just about walked out of the courtroom during his opening argument in front of the jury saying, this is decided. You've already convicted her. This is worthless. Why even waste the time? See ya, I'm out of here type thing. I imagine he really wanted to be able to keep walking through those doors, but the judge is the only one that can remove him from the case in this situation.
Exactly. I'm sure he's in a difficult position. And I think that's why they're not asking a lot of questions. They're doing a very good job. They'll put up an expert to testify that at the time of the homicide, she was not, sane, that she had a psychotic break, which is what I understand they're claiming. She had a psychotic break at that moment. Now, the problem is that the law in Colorado excludes, things like hatred, jealousy, revenge. Those elements are excluded. You'll hear it in the jury instructions from the insanity defense. So she's going to have to prove, she didn't have that ability to decide right from wrong at that moment.
That's going to be
and they may claim overkill. That's
going to be difficult. They've got one witness on their list, and it's a doctor. Clearly, they're putting all their eggs in one basket. We're seeing as we've had several witnesses now where they said no questions. There's no cross. They're not arguing the facts of the suitcase, the evidence that they found. They're not arguing any of that. They did pick up on a few things like this witness. That seems like an oversight when they called her in and said, hey, you checked her in, right? And she's like, actually, I didn't. I never saw them. So that was right for the defense to get up and say, hang on, you never saw them and you're authenticating this check-in. You don't even know who she is. You couldn't identify her in a lineup. You just happened to work there at the same time. And it seems like they sort of called the wrong person to bring in that evidence as far as the check-in. And it was right for the defense to jump on that. They almost could have gone and said, hey, I moved to throw out this evidence, this check-in stuff, if we can't validate it, if it's not, could they have gone that far?
Yes, but she, as a custodian of records, can authenticate the slip, and she can authenticate the procedure that it is generally done by the person checking themselves in. Yeah. They may call a subsequent witness to come in and,
sort of
authenticate.
Yeah.
Correct. And her GPS, the maps that I put up on the GPS, you can see her travel and where she stopped and stayed. Yeah. So there are points along the way. So for her to say I wasn't there isn't really going to help. They're again, the defense is making the prosecution work for it. And again, the prosecution has to prove she was sane. They don't have to prove.
So it's not an affirmative defense? She doesn't have to prove she's insane. No. Once they assert it, the burden shifts to the prosecution. Wow.
To prove she was sane, which is interesting. That's a Colorado law.
Wow. Okay. So Franco says, who is this speaking? This is Nicole Goodman on the phone. She is one of our friendly supporting lawyers in chat. Been a friend of the program for quite a while. We have a couple lawyers. We've had you on video as well on some days when the timing works out with your schedule. So I appreciate that.
Yes, and I don't sleep in, and when I don't wake up in a panic at 8:30.
You're over there on the West Coast. Your time frame's a little bit different from us. We start early for you, but I definitely appreciate it. Is there anything else you wanted to go into? I'm going to give a chance to Matthew to call in as well.
Sure. Not unless anybody has any questions. Otherwise, let Matthew hop on and jump in.
Okay. Sounds good. I can only keep one of you on the phone at a time, I think. I don't know if I can do a split call on my burner phone. It's, the burner phones are cheap. They don't have these features. I'll have to upgrade.
Exactly. We'll have to do another Zoom one next time.
That was
awesome.
A
lot of fun.
We'll plan one of those out and get both of you on here with us. That would be great.
All right. Well, Nicole, happy Good Friday. Have a wonderful Easter weekend, everybody in chat. And I will see you soon.
Thank you. Good talking to you again. We'll see you.
Same.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, Matthew, if you've got time as well, I know you've got a busy day doing the lawyering stuff that you do. We'd love to have you on the call as well if there's anything you want to cover. It's a little difficult to do Zoom right now, Matthew. If I know might be your preferred method because no matter when you wake up, you're always looking ready for a live stream. Matthew, are you there?
Scott, yes, I am. How are you doing this morning?
Doing well, my friend. How was Friday treating you?
It's fantastic. I actually have the day off.
Ooh, I'll have what he's having.
I was surprised that we were having court today. I was sitting on my couch just drinking my coffee, and then I see the notification pop up, and I said, oh, dang, I'm missing court.
It's Good Friday. A lot of us were expecting the court to take a break today, and they went ahead with it. We've said since we're supporting Gannon, we'll follow each day, so we're here as well. But glad we've got your undivided attention today. This is Matthew Harris on the phone. He's got his own YouTube channel, as does Nicole. I should have plugged Nicole's as well.
I was kick back, taking it easy.
Sound effects are in full effect. Is there anything that you've seen from this trial that you'd like to speak to, especially as it relates to the not guilty by reason of insanity defense, or maybe how the defense or the attorneys, the defense attorneys are handling this case?
Well, I don't have anything to add to the insanity defense other than what Nicole has already put forward. I think she did a fantastic job of explaining Colorado law as it applies to this case, obviously, and comparing the differences between insanity at the time of the crime versus competency to stand trial. And so what I think is that the prosecution has done already a fantastic job of coming in and showing or playing the phone calls from the defendant and really showing her mindset immediately following it. And it is really just stabbing holes in that ship of hers, and that thing is not going to float very long.
It's going to be interesting to see, with all their eggs in one basket, with just one real witness on their list who's just going to testify that she's insane. I mean, all of us in chat have used the words when we look at her, she's crazy type thing. But doing something crazy and being sane, legally speaking, are different. And I don't think that one witness is going to be able to overcome all this evidence we're seeing of her behavior, her actions to cover things up, to, the lies, knowing right from wrong, hiding different pieces of evidence. It seems like she's very sane, a little bit twisted, but sane.
Well, even watching her there in court, even just watching her body language as she is sitting there at the counsel table, I'm not getting the impression that she's insane while she's sitting over there. I mean, yes, her appearance is a little bit to be desired, and I don't mean looks. I mean just how she has groomed herself for the day, and whether she is, how she's presenting herself is not what I would hope to see for my own client who I would take to court. But she appears to be involved. She's watching. She's even plugging her ears because she doesn't want to listen to this. If you think back to the Stoneman Douglas school shooting, that shooter is the interview that he gave from the jail cell. That gave me a lot more insanity vibes at that time, because he's not keeping eye contact. He's kind of just looking around the room, and you're looking at him and thinking he's not here with us right now.
Yeah.
She is clearly here with us. She's clearly paying attention to this. She's watching the jury. She's watching the witnesses. Whenever the judge speaks, she looks up at him. She's engaged and she's involved. But how she sits today is obviously that's not the question, because she's already been determined to be competent to stand trial as she sits here today.
Yeah. Interesting. I love this trial. I love watching this play out. I like I like the lawyer battle, really. It's a chess match, right? It's how you play your cards and what you fight and how you fight it. And seeing so many times the defense stand up and say, no questions for this witness, it catches me off guard a little bit, because you expect a good lawyer to fight tooth and nail every piece of evidence. And that's not their approach. That's not what they're trying to do here. They've chosen their battle, and when that time comes, I expect we'll see a very strong defense from them. But they're also picking the low-hanging fruit when there's something that's not quite right, like we saw with this last witness, who really, wasn't maybe the correct witness to call for this. They stood up and pointed that out as well. So they're not slouching on the job by any means. But it'll be neat to see the moment when they stand up and really turn on the big guns, so to speak, and try to push for what they're trying to achieve.
Well, here's something that I've noticed, here's something that I like to use as a trial strategy. Rather than just not asking questions, you have the ability to reserve your questions for certain witnesses for your case in chief. So you can wait to question the police officer or the forensic analyst until after the state closes, after they rest their case, and then you can call them back to the stand in order to ask your questions at that point. And here's the reason I like doing that, and I'm kind of surprised that they're not using this same method here. Because what they're saying, I'm not going to ask any questions. Here's the reason that's fantastic, is because you and I have talked a lot, on previous trials, especially Darrell Brooks in the beginning days, about the motion for directed verdict after the state rests their case in chief. Mm-hmm. And if you sit there as the punching bag, it kind of like what we're seeing from the defense here today, and you say, I don't have any questions for this witness at this time, or I reserve my questions for my case in chief. And then you take all the blows, and then after the state rests, you say, Judge, there has not been sufficient evidence to uphold a conviction at this point. Right now, we're requesting a directed verdict. Yeah. And so then the judge at that point says, all right, look, I allowed them to take their best swing. The defense really has not offered very much defense, so to speak. And even with the best swing, do I have enough to uphold the conviction? And if that's denied, here's what I love doing next is at that point, then I give my opening statement. And that we haven't seen that on any of these any of these criminal trials, but right. I like to hold my opening statement sometimes until my case in chief. So that way I can get up there and say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you've heard everything that they have to offer to you. Now it's our turn. Now you get to hear our evidence. And now I have the benefit of hearing what they're going to say before I start giving my opening and explaining the evidence that I'm about to offer. And it's really impactful. And I can tell you that of the times I have done that, every single time, as soon as I finish my opening statement, we take a break, and the other side has come to me and said, let's make a deal. Every time.
We're willing to settle. That is awesome. I'm surprised as I see this play out with the schedule. It's getting harder and harder for me to think that this is really going to take 6 to 8 weeks if they don't, if they aren't cross-examining so many witnesses. If we can just get straight through the evidence from the state and then the witness, and we saw in the witnesses today, they said, have a safe flight to 2 of them. They're clearly flying back out of state. They're not being held there. They're not sitting in a hotel waiting to be subject to recall type thing. So it sounds like we're really just crossing people off the list pretty quickly. And so I don't know, 6 to 8 weeks. Does that add up?
No, it really doesn't. I mean, I have not seen how many people they have on their witness list that they actually intend to call, but there's no way this thing at this rate is going to go on for 8 weeks. I think we've got 2 or 3 weeks at best.
Yeah. That I would like that particularly because this is a really hard case. This is a heavy case with the facts. It's difficult to listen to all this just day after day, but yeah. You got a lot of props in chat from a lot of people who say you're just amazing, and I agree. Matthew Harris from Matthew Harris Law, PLLC. I would say if you like what you hear from Matthew, he has his own channel where he releases some short and some long form videos that just give you little insights into the law, things that you never knew you wanted to know, and some things that are really useful as well. Like can you get more money by hiring a lawyer? You know, little facts like that. Did you just drop a new video yesterday?
I sure did. Yep. It's whether you're legally required to move over whenever police have someone pulled over.
That can directly affect your pocketbook if you don't know the right answer. So.
It sure does. Yep.
Awesome.
Here, let me do this though.
Mm-hmm.
I just now found a spare box of koozies.
Oh, the can koozies.
How about let's announce a free MHL koozie giveaway right now for anyone in chat.
So I have mine. I haven't put my water in it yet today, but what we're talking about is these awesome Matthew Harris Law can koozies right there. And so how do you want to do this? Do you want to go through Discord again?
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, if you live in the U.S., just because of shipping costs, drop me your address in the Discord. Somebody can drop the Discord link in chat there. Mm-hmm. Send me your address in Discord, and I will get a koozie out in the mail to you pronto.
That's awesome. And they're great. I love them. And, it's a free koozie. Who can say no? Awesome, Matthew. Good to have you on. We're going to have to get you on here on video one of these days. We need to schedule something a little bit further in advance so you can work around your, so you can cancel whatever cases you have to, so you can be with us, as the case may be.
Judge, I need a continuance, please.
I've got a live stream I've just got to be on. No, that's
Judge, I've got a court in Colorado tomorrow that I've got to appear for by Zoom.
Yeah, that is awesome. I definitely recommend people subscribe to your channel. Nicole also has a channel. You can find both their channels on my account page on YouTube. If you go to my account, the Recovery Addict page, scroll down to the bottom where it says Friends of the Channel, you'll find both Nicole Goodman and Matthew Harris on there, as well as some of our other friends of the channel. I encourage all of them. Following all of them. They're great people, and you'll see them here in chat and hear them on the phone frequently. So, Matthew, anything else you wanted to shout out before we wrap up? We've got just a couple minutes before they're back in court.
Only to shout out to the best chat and live stream on YouTube. I love being here. I can tell you that before I started getting involved with yours, I had no involvement with any other live chat, and it was only because of what you put together here that drew me out of the lurking and into the light to participate. So I appreciate what you've done, and I appreciate all of you in chat.
Well, Matthew, everything I know about law I've learned from you. So props right back to you. Thank you very much. We'll talk to you again soon.
All right.
Thanks,
bye,
my friend. Bye. Awesome getting both Nicole and Matthew on the same day on the live stream. That's great. I appreciate them taking time out to check in with us. It sounds like we're getting...
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense? No. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
All right. It's important they do that. They turn the camera on before the jury comes in because the camera zooms out by default every time they power it up. I think they should leave them powered on. But when they zoom out, the camera covers the jury box, as we saw a couple days ago when they showed the jury very briefly for just a split second. Not sure what Leticia's doing there. I'm not sure if she's writing. She's putting something in her mouth. Like she's holding her hand to her mouth.
All rise for the jury, please.
Maybe biting something. Or maybe she just had her hand on her mouth as she was reading. She frequently has her hand on her face. Let's see. Micah Riddle, thank you. You guys are amazing. Honestly, it's you guys in chat, all of you, that make this such an amazing place, such a fun place to be. I appreciate each one of you. It would not be the same without you. And you guys make this a lot of fun every day. Best job in the world.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Jason Hess, H-E-S-S.
Thank you.
Hopefully they turn on the witness camera here.
Officer Hess, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this man will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Jason Hess. I'm a lieutenant with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office. Last name H-E-S-S.
How long have you been with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
For 26 years.
What kind of roles have you served on with the Sheriff's Office?
I've been a deputy assigned to detentions, assigned to the patrol division, the SWAT team, a supervisor for the SWAT team, a supervisor on patrol, both sergeant role and a lieutenant.
What was your employment back in January of 2020?
I was a sergeant assigned to the patrol division.
What are duties associated with a assigned to patrol?
For patrol, we're responding to calls for service, proactive policing, traffic enforcement, and general community concerns.
Is it fairly common to have a lot of contact with members of the community?
Yes, it is.
Some point, did you get involved in the Gannon Stauch missing child investigation?
Yes, I did.
What was your role in that investigation?
I was at the office of the sheriff performing some administrative duties and became aware of the call that had occurred the night before and that an 11-year-old Gannon was reported missing that night. And I started making some phone calls to help further that.
Excuse me. Just so we're understanding when this exactly happened, you referenced the night before.
January 28th is when I became aware of it.
So you became aware on January 28th?
Yes.
And the call actually occurred on January 27th?
Correct.
Of 2020?
Correct.
Did you have an occasion to call a female at a particular phone number that you understood to be the stepmother of Gannon?
Yes, I did.
You remember the phone number that you called?
I do not remember the phone number.
Yeah, okay, we'll come back to that. How did you obtain that phone number?
It was from the previous call for service records that we have internally from the call that had occurred.
When you called the person, did that person expect you to be calling, or was this just a cold call?
It was a cold call. I was just following up on information.
Who were you trying to get a hold of?
I was trying to get a hold of the parents of Gannon or the person that had called in the original report, Letecia.
Did you identify the person that answered the phone?
Yes, as best you can over the phone by just asking questions.
So what, describe male or female?
Female.
Did you have subsequent contact with that person face to face?
Yes.
The voice that you heard on that particular call, did that coincide with a person that you met face to face?
Yes, from what I could tell.
And so the person that you were talking to on that phone call, who was that person?
Letecia.
Letecia Stauch?
Yes.
What did you want to gather from Letecia Stauch at that particular time?
The first thing I wanted to know is had Gannon returned home? And if he had not, had she learned any information or got any other information as to where he might be?
What information did Letecia Stauch give you during that phone call?
That he had not returned home and she had no further information.
Did she also make reference to the fact that deputies had searched the home the night before?
Yes, one of the procedures that we do is to conduct a search, and I wanted to make sure that had occurred. So I asked her if deputies had searched the home, and she said that they had.
Did you get from her permission to put Gannon's photo out in the media?
Yes, I did.
Did she give you a photo, or did you already have one?
I do not recall if I asked her to send one or if one was obtained during the original report, but we did have a photo, and I provided that to our public information officer to push that out to media and social media resources to get his photograph out there and available.
And did that in fact occur, that a photo of Gannon was pushed out?
Yes, pretty quickly that occurred.
Did you do any searches yourself on that January 28th day?
Yes, after the photo went out to the media, some tips had come in about people seeing a child walking in certain areas, and I drove to some of those areas and began searching.
So let's talk a little bit in bigger picture here. The report was either missing or runaway child, is that right?
Yes.
Does that sort of guide you in those early stages of a case like that as to what you might be doing?
Yes, and then the age of the child is also a major factor.
So tell the jury about that, those factors that you would be considering and how that would potentially drive the investigation in those early stages.
In this particular case, an 11-year-old child who is unaccounted for during winter months, so cold, and now overnight is at an extreme risk, and they're considered that within our agency. So additional resources are immediately put into place to start that search, which would be different than a 16-year-old who's run away 5 times in the past and has come back a day later. So different styles of approach to those.
And as it relates to the information you had, who was it that reported that Gannon was either missing or had run away?
His stepmother, Letecia.
On that same day of January 28, 2020, did you respond to Starbucks on Mesa Ridge Parkway?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go to Starbucks?
I learned that some of the detectives had come out to meet with Gannon's parents and speak to them. And I went over there to see if there was anything else I could do on efforts with doing searching or canvassing.
Did you actually see the parents of Gannon Stauch at that time?
Yes, I did. I sat at a table with our 2 detectives and them.
The person that you had been on the phone with earlier the morning of January 28th, and now the person that was at Starbucks, was that Letecia Stauch?
Yes, it was.
Do you see her here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Will you identify her to the court and to the jury by where she's sitting and what she's wearing?
Sitting over on our far right against the wall in a pink shirt.
All right, ask that the record reflect he's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
At some point during that contact with the father and the defendant, were you able to look at what was described to you as Gannon's phone?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Trying to determine if he had searched anywhere on like a Google Maps feature where there would be a history that might direct me on somewhere to go.
Would that be something that you would typically look for if you were looking for a missing child or a runaway child?
Sometimes you don't know where to look, so you look at all available information, and that is one thing that you would look for is did they search somewhere to go or enter a friend's address or something like that that maybe they hadn't walked to before to give them a route or something.
And Not necessarily asking you for the address that you found in there, but did you learn of an address and then that ran to ground, meaning it was not really associated with the missing person here?
Correct.
Did the defendant herself at some point show you a picture of somebody that had been reported that looked like Gannon or that she thought was Gannon?
Yes, there had been some Facebook groups that were active in attempts to help locate Gannon, and she had been forwarded a photograph from one of those groups.
Did you do anything with that information?
We took that photograph and attempted to identify if it was in fact Gannon or not, and we were subsequently able to determine that it was not Gannon and that somebody else identified it as their child based on clothing and items they were carrying.
Did you become familiar with Gannon's neighborhood, so Lawson Ranch area, during this part of the investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did you canvass that neighborhood?
Yes, I did.
What does that mean to canvass a neighborhood?
There's many parts of it. The typical part that you would assume is police officers knocking on your door, asking questions, asking if you have surveillance cameras that are showing the roadway or sidewalks, driving through areas where kids might play, under bridges, construction sites, things like that.
Did you do those things?
Yes, I did.
Did that lead to any clues that you were readily able to find to locate Gannon?
No, it did not.
In the afternoon time, did you actually go to Gannon's home at 6627 Mandan Drive?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go there?
I wanted to clarify the timeline because I had not been part of the initial part of the investigation on when he would have left the house. So as I knocked on doors at different neighbors, I had a timeline to ask to look at their security camera feeds.
Did you have any contact with people at that residence?
Yes, I did.
Who was there?
There were several people that were unidentified to me, I think friends and family members, Letecia and Eugene.
So the defendant and Gannon's father?
Yes, and their daughter.
Did you try to verify a time from the defendant that would be of note for the investigation?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
It was between 3:15 and 4-ish approximately when he would have left the house.
Did she describe in that statement to you what she was doing when she reports that Gannon left the house?
Between her and her daughter during the conversation, it came up that a candle had been knocked over and there was a burn mark on the carpet, and she had been taking care of that when Gannon left.
Trying to fix that burn area?
Yes.
Did she describe in any detail anything about that candle or burn incident to you?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Did you ask the defendant what friend's house Gannon may have been heading towards?
Yes, I did.
What did she tell you?
She didn't know.
Did you then return to the house on a later date, January 31st, 2020?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go on that date?
I received a phone call from our investigations division, and they asked me to go to the house and told me that Letecia and some family members might be removing property from the house, and that they thought Letecia and another daughter of hers might be wearing smartwatches that could potentially contain some digital evidence that may be helpful in the investigation.
Did you in fact go to the house?
Yes, I did.
Did you see different vehicles than other times when you'd been in the neighborhood?
Yes, there was a van that was there, and then some other just personal cars.
Let's talk about that van. What do you remember about the van?
It was a not like a U-Haul moving van, but a van that you could, like a cargo van that you could pack stuff in, and they were unloading items from the house and packing it into the van.
Was it a white van?
Yes, it was.
Did you also see a Nissan vehicle there?
Yes, I did. I believe it was silver, if I recall correctly.
I'm sorry, say that last part.
I believe it was silver, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Do you remember, was it a Nissan Altima?
Sounds correct, yes.
How many people did you see there that were helping the defendant move things out of the house into the van as you described it?
There were probably 4 or so directly, but there were also other people present. So what each person's role was, I don't know exactly, but I know there were a couple at the van helping load stuff. I believe an aunt that was there as well as her mother.
So let's talk about the aunt. Was that person Brenda Awkward?
I believe so, yes.
And spelling on that, do you remember it off the top of your head? Does ACQUARD sound correct?
Sounds correct.
What vehicle was Brenda Awkward associated with?
Nissan, I believe.
Was she in fact the driver of that vehicle?
I believe so, yes.
Did you talk to her at all? And I'm not asking you for statements, but did you talk to her?
It would have been briefly, yes.
Okay. Other people that you identified that were associated with the defendant and potentially helping her load things into the van, can you tell us those names?
I do not recall everybody's name, but I remember Harley was there, her mother was there, her aunt. I think there was another male that was there assisting as well.
Harley, who was that in relation to the defendant?
Daughter.
Okay. And then mother, is that Deborah?
Yes.
And then you said a male. Would that be Dakota Lowry?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know his relation to the defendant?
Not specifically. I thought he was a son, but I wasn't exactly sure.
Okay. Lieutenant, when I was asking you earlier if you remember the number of the person that you called on the morning of January 28th, you said you didn't remember, but if you looked at your report, you might be able to remember.
Yes, I documented that in my report.
I've got your report here. Would showing you that refresh your memory on that point?
Yes, it would.
Ask for permission to approach the witness for refreshing his memory.
You may go ahead.
Witness is going to read the report a little bit. Remember a key detail.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes, it does.
What number was that?
843-655-7460.
Thank you. I want to get into more detail about the statement that you got from the defendant when you went to the house after that phone call on January 28th. How long would you say that conversation lasted?
Just a couple of minutes.
Do you remember details of what she told you in that conversation?
Some of it, yes.
What do you remember specifically her telling you?
I had asked her if she knew where, again, it had gone, so I had a direction to go to and contact that house or houses in between. She said that she did not know. Her daughter made a comment about her mom being...
Mr. Allen?
I was reading the report and I couldn't tell who he was referring to there.
He said her daughter.
Yeah, so I'm not asking you for any statements right now from daughter. I'm asking you for statements of the defendant.
Okay. She had made mention that she might have got a little excited during the fire during that.
Okay. Did she describe specifically what she did in relation to that fire?
I recall her saying she tried to put it out with a blanket, and originally the blanket caused it to get slightly bigger, and then she was able to put it out.
So basically, was she describing that she was trying to smother the fire?
Yes.
They can't introduce.
Did she describe, and when I say she again, I'm talking about the defendant, did she describe that Gannon had got something on his shirt?
Overruled.
Objection was leading.
Yes.
What did she say about that?
It was pretty vague. It was just he had something on the front of his shirt that had gotten on there during the fire incident.
Okay, may I have just a moment here?
You may.
Are they already done with its witness? Not yet.
Was there a younger daughter there as well?
Yes.
Did you ever get that daughter's name?
I did not.
Would you say rough age?
Approximately 8.
Did she at some point point to you direction of which direction Gannon may have walked to?
Yes, she did.
And which direction was she generally pointing?
She pointed east from the house, referring to a friend of Gannon's that lived a few houses down.
Okay. Now I want to get into some other information as it relates to your experience and then what you learned in this case. Have you responded out to other calls where a kid in this rough age range is missing or had run away?
Yes, I have.
How many types of those calls have you gone out to, would you say?
It'd be hard to put a number on it, but over my career, a lot, probably in excess of 30 runaway or missing persons style calls.
When you go out to those types of calls, have you had opportunities to observe people's emotional reactions to that sort of an event?
Yes, I have.
Is it fair to say that the emotional reactions can vary?
Yes, it is.
Based on your contact with this defendant in this case, did her reactions and the way that she was interacting with you, was it consistent with other times that you've gone out on these types of calls or different?
Based upon its
Overruled. I don't think Mr. Allen is asking for an expert opinion. I think he's asking for an opinion based on his prior encounters with other individuals. So it goes to weight, not admissibility. Overruled. You can go ahead and answer.
In similar situations where a child as young as Gannon, 11 years old, is missing or has run away for the first time, there's usually a little more emotional reaction, especially when it has now been overnight and a second day. The emotions are usually more visible and present. It's not always the case, but most of the time it is when a parent's child has gone missing and they have no idea where they are now for a period of 2 days.
During your law enforcement career, have you dealt with people that, excuse me, that are dealing with severe mental health disorders or diseases?
Yes, I have.
Can you approximate, or is it too many to even put a number on?
It would be difficult to put a number on that.
Was the defendant in your contact with her on January 28th and on January 31st, did she appear to be suffering from any severe mental health disorder or disease?
And Your Honor, I'm going to make the same objection that he's relying on as a police officer.
Judge is thinking this one over.
Overruled. You
can
go
answer.
ahead and answer.
It did not appear to me, no.
Did she, when you were talking with her, asking her questions, would her answers logically follow the questions?
Yes.
Did she appear to understand, I guess, what you were asking about?
Yes.
Was she able to give you specific answers to those questions?
Yes, she was.
Thank you.
So they are objecting to things that might talk about her sanity.
Sorry. All right. Cross-examination.
In your experience, how long have you been in law enforcement?
26 years.
In your 26 years, how many people have you dealt with that suffer from dissociative identity disorder?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know exactly what disorder people may have to be suffering from.
Do you know if you've ever dealt with anybody who suffered from dissociative identity disorder?
I would believe I've probably come in contact with them, yes.
How many?
I don't know.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Did the defendant, based on what you just testified to, did she appear to be suffering from dissociative identity disorder?
No.
Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Lieutenant Hess? No? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We're just moving right through witnesses. This is not going to be 8 weeks at this pace. Witness gets a pat on the back from the DA.
Next witness is?
Yes, Your Honor, Leslie Hicks.
Thank you.
Jay Thomas, I've also been the
Ms.
parent of the
Hicks,
year.
if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please,
call
ma'am.
Call the police to help me find my kid who showed up right as the police did. Yeah, I was not calm either.
Okay. Start out there first. Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good morning, Ms. Hicks.
Good morning.
For the purposes of the record, would you state your name?
Leslie Hicks.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed at Academy School District 20 as an assistant principal.
And about how long have you been employed at that school?
At the school, I'm currently at Timberview Middle School, but I was at Mountain Ridge Middle School for almost 25 years. I was there from 1997, with the exception of 2 years.
And in January of 2020, what school were you at?
I was at Mountain Ridge Middle School.
And as an assistant principal?
Correct.
How long have you generally been in that type of role?
At that time, I had been in that role for 3 years.
And prior to that, what sort of role had you had in education in that kind of context?
I was a teacher in several subject areas at 3 different grade levels. I also served as an intervention coordinator at Mountain Ridge prior to the assistant principal role, and I was at Rampart High School for 2 years as an interventionist, but for about 17 years I was a teacher.
Okay. And in terms of the course of your role as an assistant principal over the years, how many interviews have you been a part of?
Hundreds. I've interviewed probably hundreds of people, both in the role as a teacher and as an assistant principal and interventionist, probably over the span of that 20 plus years, definitely hundreds of interviews.
And why is that interview process so important for the nature of the work?
Okay, because we're trying to find the best person to educate our children, and it's very important that we put the best people in front of our kids.
Okay. As a part of the open applications for the school that you were at in January 2020, was there an applicant by the name of Letecia Stauch?
Yes, there was.
And for what position did Letecia Stauch apply for?
She applied for a resource teacher, which is a teacher for students that have IEPs or special education.
And as part of that interview process, did you meet in person with someone by the name of Letecia Stauch?
Yes.
And do you see that same person here today in court?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify them where they are seated in the courtroom?
Yes, over here.
Okay, and that is your right side?
That is my right side, in the purple shirt.
In the purple shirt. Your Honor, may the record reflect that Ms. Hicks has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect. Go ahead.
Okay. Now, Ms. Hicks, you explained that it's a resource teacher position. What are the roles and responsibilities of that position?
Okay, the role of the teacher in that position is to serve as a case manager for our students with learning disabilities, and that person would teach some classes to help meet the needs of those kids. And in our school, that person also worked as a co-teacher in classes with the general ed teacher and would work in partnership with that person.
And for that particular position, as it relates to working with this particular set of children, would that person also be responsible for making sure that students follow rules?
Yeah, I think every teacher at school is responsible for classroom management, and that's part of the role of a teacher, is making sure that kids are performing the way they need to perform, both behaviorally and academically.
And as part of the onboarding process for employees, are they also given particular guidance about how to report violations from students, that sort of thing?
Yeah, within the school, yes. And that would be something as far as, how we manage that in our own buildings.
Okay. And as part of the interviewing process, what forms of communication did you have with the defendant?
We interviewed in person. She came into the school, and we have a set of questions. We had an interview team. There were 3 of us on the interview team, and we asked her a series of questions that had to do with the topics that you were speaking of, both, how do you manage students academically and provide for them, as well as classroom management and behavior.
So in addition to meeting with someone in person for that interview panel, are communications also done through other forms? What other means?
After the interview or during
After
the
or
interview?
before, at any point with an applicant?
Before, it would be, actually probably the secretary probably contacted her to set up a time for an interview. And then after the interview, if the candidate is chosen, then I would reach out and I would be checking references and then reaching out ultimately to decide whether we want to move forward with a hire or not.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness with what has been marked as People's Exhibit 207 previously shown to the defense.
You may go ahead.
Okay, while she's approaching, do notice that the witness
I'm going to ask you to
hides
look
her
at
face
People's
a lot.
Exhibit 207.
With some
Take a
witnesses,
moment to
or the
familiarize
defendant.
yourself with that first page.
She's covering the camera with the paper.
And I'll ask you to look through the messages that follow and familiarize yourself with those.
I did leave my glasses in my purse. Could I get those? I
Yes.
apologize.
If that would help you.
Yes, it would help.
They're in the back there.
Your Honor, permission to approach.
You may.
I apologize.
It's all good.
Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, Mrs.
And Ms.
R.A.
Hicks, I'll
made
actually
cookies.
stop you there on that first, that first page of messages. Do you recognize the telephone numbers that appear on that page?
Yes, I do.
Which one is your telephone number? Do you
My
recognize-
number is 719-400.
I'm going to mute her number. I don't want that put out over the live stream, at least on
Yes.
my front.
The lady to your right is taking down everything we say as we say it. So it's important to remember, let the attorney finish the question all the way before you give an answer, and she'll let you finish your answer. It's common in ordinary conversations that we talk over each other, but it makes the court reporter's job really, really hard if you do that in the courtroom.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
So you recognize a telephone number that's associated that you use. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And not to read from it, but do you recognize the other telephone number?
Yes.
Okay. And how generally do you recognize that telephone number?
It's been a while since I've looked at this, but I remember that area code, and the number does look familiar to me.
Okay. And what number did you use? Who did you use that number to communicate with?
Ms. Stauch.
Okay. I'll ask you to look through the remainder of the messages to familiarize yourself with them.
Okay.
The defendant's worn different colors. One day she was in blue. So this is the woman that she would have texted saying that my stepfather was killed in a car crash. I can't come into work today. And I think that's what we're getting to in just a minute. Apparently there were a lot of text messages back and forth. She's reading everything.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll have an opportunity to read them.
Okay.
But I just generally, as you flip through the pages, if you can make sure that they represent a text message exchange that you're familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
And are they?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the message exchange you had between yourself and the phone number that you know to be associated with Letecia Stauch?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, at this time we would move for the admission of People's Exhibit 207.
No. Defense, Exhibit 207 will be admitted. Go ahead.
Okay. And Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
Okay, so they're publishing the text messages right now.
Ms. Hicks, messages are going to be displayed behind you.
Okay.
If it's easy for you to stand next to that, you can do that. We may still have a pointer there. You're probably familiar with using a pointer as a teacher. So if you want to use that.
Okay.
Great. Your Honor, if you would turn on the...
It is on.
Oh.
There we go.
Okay, great. Now, Ms. Hicks, you've explained that your telephone number. We see this first message displayed here on the screen. Who's sending that message?
I am.
Okay, and what does it say? Can you read it for us?
Hi, Tisha. This is Leslie Hicks at Mountain Ridge Middle School. I left you a phone message yesterday, and I'm wondering if you received it. Would it be possible for you to call me today at this number or to email me? I'd like to talk to you about the resource teacher position. Thank you.
All right. And just to make sure that your voice is projecting to all of our jurors, is it possible for you to stand on the other side of the screen? All right. And what date was that message sent by you?
January 16th, 2020.
Okay. And we'll move on to the next message. And again, the telephone number that you see in this message, you're familiar with that number? Okay. And so we see a maybe Nicole. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
Okay. What is the response that you receive after you sent your first message?
I have iMessages. I will email you.
Okay. And what date was that sent?
1/16/2020.
Okay, great. And we'll move onwards.
Brett S., I see you there. I see you.
What's your response?
Great, thank you.
Okay. The following day, you send another response. What did you send on January 17th?
Hi, Tisha. This is Leslie Hicks at Mountain Ridge again. I sent you an email yesterday. Is it possible for you to get back to me today? Thank you.
Okay. And did you get a response?
I emailed you back.
Okay. And was that sent to you the same day?
Correct.
And so, Ms. Hicks, as part of this process, at this point, January 17th-ish, where is the defendant in the application or hiring process at this point?
At this point, she has completed her interview, and I'm in the process of checking references.
Okay. And if you want, you can take a seat now. We'll come back to more of the messages. So as part of that application process, you referenced obtaining references. Is that right?
Correct.
Was the defendant able to provide you with some references?
Yes, on her application, she had references, and I was having trouble getting a hold of some of the references. And so through the course of our dialogue, I asked her for additional ones.
Okay. Do you remember a particular reference by the name of Connie Huddle?
Yes.
Do you remember the first telephone number that was provided to you for Connie Huddle?
I remember that it was an area code from South Carolina.
Okay.
I believe it was, I know it started with a six.
And that's fine.
Okay.
Fair to say it's been a while since you've seen that?
Yes, it has.
Okay. And do you recall giving a statement to Detective Marissa Williams on January 31st of 2020?
Yes.
Do you recall giving those specific telephone number to the detective that day?
I do.
And would seeing your statement refresh your recollection as to that specific telephone number?
Yes, it would.
I'm sorry, Marcia. How did I hurt your feelings? I apologize. Did I miss your question?
To approach?
You may. Go ahead.
I'm going to mute out phone numbers if they're not the defendant's phone or the victim's phone, as the case may be.
All right, Ms. Hicks, as far as the first telephone number that was provided to you by the defendant here, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. What was the first telephone number the defendant provided to you for a contact named Connie Huddle?
It was 843.
And we're just going to mute out the rest of it here. It might be somebody else's number. I don't want people looking it up and trying to call it.
And what happened when you tried to contact that telephone number?
I have a caller ID on my telephone, and the name Eugene Stauch came up.
Are you familiar with that name?
Other than the last name, I was not familiar with the name at the time. No.
Okay. And I'll take a step back. The first telephone number that you called, was there more than one number that you were provided for Connie Huddle?
I don't remember.
Okay. And again, Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
Ms. Hicks, do you recall talking to Detective Williams and providing her with a very specific first telephone number?
Yes.
And would reviewing that statement refresh your recollection as to the first telephone number?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
What was the first telephone number that you called?
843.
And we're muting that one out again as well, because these are just other people's
Call
numbers.
that first telephone number. Were you able to get through?
No.
What did you ask for after you didn't get through with that telephone number?
I asked if there was a different number.
Okay. And were you provided a different number by the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And from memory, are you able to recall what that second number was?
843 6.
Okay. And she's remembering the number from the top of her head.
674.
All right. And I'll ask you again would seeing a statement of your report refresh your recollection as to that specific telephone number?
Yes.
Okay. And can you review your statement for that second specific telephone number?
Yes. 843.
Okay. So that's the phone number.
A lot of different numbers.
I think
you called various numbers as it relates to references.
Yes, I did.
And so now I'll come back to that. The question that I had is, when you were actually able to complete a call, can you tell the jury what you heard on that call?
Yes, a female answered and didn't identify who it was, but I heard children in the background.
Okay. And were you, did you ask, what did you do when you
Yes,
heard?
I asked if it was Connie. And if I recall, the person said no. And
Hold on.
Okay,
Wait a minute.
sorry.
That's okay.
Yep.
Ms. Gratiano?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm not asking what the other person said, Your Honor. And
okay.
But further, it's also not offered for the truth in the matter asserted.
Okay. Well, then where are you going?
Then why are you asking it?
I'm just going to ask.
You might want to approach it.
Your Honor, permission to approach.
Okay.
Look at that. And because it's a little sidebar bench conference, we have to cut the cameras under the court rules. We can switch to, I think I can switch to this one. We'll just show that. Okay, so they're up there talking. We're not seeing anyone's faces. I think this is fair. There's an objection going on right now about hearsay. The state said we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, which in a lot of courts would get around. They're like, okay, we'll go ahead and allow it then. This judge instead says, then why are you asking the question? Show me where you're going. If you're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. We're trying to get into the fact that Letecia seems to have provided burner phone number references for herself to be references in her job application. That's like next level stuff. I mean, you always give yourself a good reference, I'm sure. But hopefully we'll be able to get a little further into this and see how that goes. Yes, I do have cookies. Mrs. R.A. and the kids made cookies today. So I have a glass of milk and some warm chocolate chip cookies to eat for a little pre-lunch snack. The defense is doing a good job on. I mean, they're picking their battles. They're letting some leading stuff go. They've objected to some today that the judge overruled, but I think they're not missing a lot of objections. I never give myself good references. You can trust me. She pretty much faked everything, and it sounds like she got the job. It worked, and I think it was day one, like first day of work, that she called in sick, saying my stepfather got killed in a car accident. I can't come to work. We'll get there. I'm sure we'll get there. Yes, Philip, I've got to be very careful here. The odds of the judge seeing my live stream, well, it's happened. Now that Zachariah Anderson Judge Schroeder actually watched the live stream in court, I'm a little bit more nervous. But the odds of this judge seeing it,
objection sustained,
is pretty low. But
Ms. Hicks, how long was the duration of that call?
Just a few seconds.
Okay. After that interaction, did you have any sort of concerns about moving forward with that application process as it related to the defendant?
No.
Okay. And why is that? At that point, where were you at in the interview process?
Well, the interview had been completed, and as I said, we were checking for references, and so sometimes people give incorrect numbers, and so I asked for additional numbers for references.
In terms of educational background, is that also part of the interview process?
Yes.
Okay. And did the defendant provide you with some sort of information regarding an educational background?
I had access to her resume, yes.
Okay. In terms of the educational background, was there a particular degree that the defendant claimed that she had?
I did say she had a doctorate.
From where?
From Liberty University.
And were you able, as part of the interview process, able to vet that?
That's not my role. That's not my role.
Okay. In terms of during the application and interview process, did the defendant ask to be referred to by any other names?
No.
Okay. What about any other educational references, either through speaking with her or through emails, text messages, any other way that she wanted to be referred to as?
She did sign her emails, Dr. Stauch.
Okay. Ultimately, what was the decision with regard to hiring the defendant?
We did eventually offer her a position at the school.
And is that a decision that you unilaterally make?
During the interview process, there are three of us that decided that we would like to move forward. And then I do the reference checks, and then I bring that information to my principal, and we decided to move forward.
Okay.
Yes.
And so based on that decision, when would have been the first time that she made contact with either you or the school at that point?
Well, at that point, it's a recommendation for hire goes to our district human resources department, and the rest of the process goes through them. And then once they are have gone through their process, she's recommended to come over to the school.
Okay. And for that, was she recommended to come to the school?
Yes.
And do you recall a rough approximation of when that would have happened?
Yes, the 22nd of January.
Of 2020?
Yes.
If we can project people's 207 again, Your Honor. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Hicks. As we scroll onwards past January 17th, we will move to, we can continue on, and we'll move to, looks like January 20th. There's a message that is sent by the defendant's telephone number. What is that message?
What time do I be there tomorrow?
Okay, and what date is that sent?
That is 1/21/21.
Okay. And the subsequent message after that, what else does that message, that phone number say to you?
And do I need to bring anything specific? I just hung up with the district and they said to be there tomorrow.
Great. And what was your response?
Hi, Tisha. We're so excited to have you here. The workday begins at 7:30. You don't need to bring anything in particular. We will have a sub there tomorrow that has been filling in. You'll have an opportunity to shadow him and meet the kids, as well as get set up with the things you will need. Sherry Fuller, our SPED department leader, will meet you tomorrow as well. See you soon.
Great. And what was the next exchange that the defendant's telephone number sent to you?
Good evening.
And what date was that sent?
And that date is on the 22nd.
Okay. And can you read?
January.
Great. Can you read the rest of the message?
I wanted to ask your guidance about what to do about tomorrow. I had scheduled that interview at the district office before getting hired. I understand they probably have someone someone in mind, but I don't want to burn any bridges and would like to at least let them know my interest in eventually moving up later, or even if it's a year or so. I know we have to all start somewhere. What do you think is the best approach to take? Thank you.
Great. And what was your response to that message?
Hi, Tisha. It is your choice if you want to choose to interview tomorrow. Please remember that you will need a substitute and sub-plans to cover the classes you will miss. Please let us know if you need assistance with that. Thank you.
Great. And the next message that you received from the defendant's telephone number?
Well, they told me to do the fingerprints too, so I was just trying to do the right thing.
And the message after that?
Okay, I will just try to do the right thing by everyone. I didn't want to stand anyone up and wanted to be loyal to our school too.
Okay. And the next message?
It's 8 a.m. I mentioned it before in our emails, but wanted to make sure to follow the necessary steps. They did say I could do the fingerprints while I'm there, so I could get some link to do the paperwork. I haven't done any of that.
Ms. Hicks, how would you generally describe this type of exchange in these messages?
Objection relevance. Overruled.
I would say that they be typical of somebody who is just a new employee.
Okay. Conscientious, would that?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Conscientious and wanting to do the, making sure that she's putting herself in her best job.
All right. At some point, was there arrangements made for her to shadow somebody at the school and be present?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall the last time you saw the defendant in person?
The last time I saw her in person was that Friday morning of the 25th.
And how would you generally describe her demeanor?
She was at work and working and meeting the kids. She was running a class.
And it's a little tricky, but would Friday the 24th sound more accurate?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So Friday, January 24th, her demeanor was appropriate?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ask to be referred to by any other names?
No.
Did she appear to you, based on your work in being around teachers and hiring, did she appear to be going through any sort of mental health crisis?
No.
Okay. Subsequent to seeing her on Friday, January 24th, what was the next contact that you had with her, either in person or through other form?
I received a text message from her on Monday, 27th.
All right. And if we could move to Monday morning, January 27th, through the messages. They should appear on page 5. What time was the message from the defendant's phone sent to your phone on January 27th of 2020?
3 a.m.
Okay. Did you read it at 3 a.m.?
No.
What were you doing? Okay. What did the message say?
I'm sorry for the time of night message, but my stepfather passed away. Someone hit him with a car while he was walking. I can update you at a later time.
All right. Subsequent message that your phone received, what was that message?
The message?
Was it the same? Was it different?
The same message.
Okay. What time was that message?
4:37 a.m.
Okay. So it's exactly the same as the message that was sent at 3 a.m. from the defendant's phone? At some point that morning, did you wake up?
Yes.
Okay. Like a busy assistant principal, were you then able to look at all your messages?
Yes.
Okay. When you had an opportunity to read this message, what was your response?
I responded saying, "Oh my goodness, Letecia, I'm so sorry."
Okay. And we'll move onwards. What else did you say?
And then shall we try to find a sub for you today?
Okay. And about what time is this based on the timestamps we see here?
5:50 a.m.
Okay. Subsequent response by the defendant's telephone number. We'll move up. What was that response?
2 question marks. It's apparent all my family lives in the East Coast. I'm trying to find a way to get there.
And what time was that sent?
It was sent at 7:21.
Okay. What was your response to that message?
Okay, I'm just trying to understand your plans so that we can find coverage. Am I understanding that you will not be in today?
And what time was that sent?
7:32.
And the response from the defendant's phone?
Yes, it's my parent. I can't believe I can't believe that would not be an assumption in a time like this.
And your response to that?
I'm so sorry for your loss and we will support you, but I cannot make assumptions. I do need some direction from you. We will get a sub today. Please let us know what else you need moving forward.
Okay. Ms. Hicks, you can take a seat now. Thank you. In the text message exchange that occurred on January 27th that morning, how would you describe the tone of that exchange?
Angry.
Okay. In terms of candidates and now a hired candidate contacting you, was your phone number provided for this type of emergency?
Could you repeat the question?
When there is an emergency, as far as whether or not somebody can be at work, what's the procedure? What is that person supposed to do?
Typically, they might contact their supervisor and let them know what's happening. We do have a system to get a substitute, but she wouldn't have gone through that training as yet.
And so instead of going through that process because she hadn't received that training, what other avenue would she have had to inform you of an emergency?
To contact me as her supervisor through either phone or email.
Okay. Had you had any other contact with the defendant after that last exchange we saw in People's 207?
No.
Your Honor, we'll pass the witness.
See if they have any
Cross-examination.
questions for her. They may
Do
have some.
any of the jurors have any questions for Ms. Hicks? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may
Thank
step
you.
down.
This is going to be a shorter trial. It's got to be short. Unless the expert witnesses are
Counsel
painfully
approach,
long.
please.
All right. We'll switch to this view just for a minute. All right, so I'm not sure who's doing the bingo cards today, but there were a couple things that stood out. Let's see. Captain Obvious. If you had Captain Obvious on your bingo card today, that's been checked off.
Prosecution, call your next witness, please. All right, sir, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the witness stand.
Jen, defense seems to show up pretty red, where
Thank you, Your Honor.
others don't.
And just for the record, Your Honor, we're calling Kevin Clark one of probably several times in this case. Mr. Clark, could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
He's got a pin. He's law enforcement.
My name is Kevin Clark, KevinClark.
And Mr. Clark, where do you work?
I'm the Director of Crime Strategies and Intelligence for the 4th Judicial District Attorney's Office.
What kind of education and training do you have that allows you to do the work that you do?
I've got an Associate's of Applied Science degree in Communication Applications Technology, a bachelor's degree in Homeland Security, a master's degree in Project Management, and then I've earned undergraduate certificates, since I already have the bachelor's degree in digital forensics, cybercrime, and database management. I've also received training by law enforcement agencies in cell phone tower and mapping data, fundamentals of crime intelligence analysis training, level 1 and level 2 of a program called GeoTime for cell phone data and mapping program, as well as the FBI's cellular analysis survey team, level 1 and level 2 training.
And then as it relates to the investigation for Gannon Stauch, missing Gannon Stauch, how did you become involved in that investigation?
At the time, I was a senior criminal intelligence analyst for the Colorado Springs Police Department, assigned to their Metro Vice, Narcotics, and Intelligence Division. And in that capacity, I work with all the law enforcement agencies in the local area. We were aware of a missing child. And then I was asked on Saturday, February 1st, by my commander, if I'd be willing to go TDY to assist as lead analyst in this investigation for the next 30 to 60 days.
Not everybody necessarily knows what TDY means.
Temporary duty. So instead of working at my normal office with the Colorado Springs Police Department, I worked primarily out of the command post.
And then as a result of your involvement in this investigation, do you know whether multiple search warrants were obtained for phone numbers?
They were.
What would you typically get when you issue a search warrant to a cell phone provider?
To a cell phone provider, so AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, and then Sprint at the time, you would get something back called call detail records. The call detail records is just a business record full of dates and times with phone numbers that communicate with each other. So the outgoing call from the target phone number or the incoming call to the target phone number, what that phone number is, how long the duration of the call was, if the call was connected. Text messages, same thing. At this date, on this time, phone number 1 sent a text message, phone number 2, or on the receiving end of that. Data sessions, and usually some sort of subscriber information, who pays the bill for that phone.
So do you submit a phone number to the cell phone provider to get that information?
You do.
Okay. So we just heard Ms. Hicks testifying about the defendant giving a reference for a person called Connie Huddle and listed the phone number 843-504-6724.
I did.
Based on your knowledge of that particular phone number, who is that phone number associated to?
Gannon Stauch.
Indicating that the defendant created that reference and used Gannon Stauch's phone number for that person.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
No questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
At this rate, we're going to finish the trial today.
This witness will be available throughout the trial, and my understanding is going to be testifying at a later time.
At least 2 more times, Judge.
Go ahead and submit your question now. I'll hold on to it. It may be that we can ask it now. Do any of the jurors have any questions? Let me ask that. Oh, no. All right. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clark. You can go ahead and step down.
Yes, the bingo cards are a reference. We don't actually have bingo cards, just sometimes there are funny things or odd things that are brought up in court, and we reference that, saying if you had that on your bingo card, congratulations. Captain Obvious was one today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch recess a little bit early. If I can have all of you back in the jury room at, say, 1:15, we'll be able to start on time at that point. Again, do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do any research about any aspect of this case. And we'll see you back at 1:15. All rise for the jury, please.
Okay. They're going to check. The judge has already got his robe mostly off. It's probably warm in there. He's complained about the temperature a couple times. But, I mean, it's Colorado in the wintertime. It's cold outside, but warm in there, I guess. Let's see if there's any business outside the presence of the jury before we go ahead and break for lunch. We'll catch up on some questions first, of course. No questions equals no defense.
Thank you. You may all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So when we come back, that's when we're going to have the 30-minute video or so.
Yes, Judge. So it's People's Exhibit number 211. Defense has indicated that they'll stipulate to admission and publishing of this. It's a audio recording.
Ooh.
Okay.
Another phone call.
And then what's the plan for the rest of the afternoon?
Bueller.
We just have more witnesses, obviously, Judge. Let's see. At some point today, we'll have Dr. Leon Kelly will come in to testify, Detective Marissa Williams. Depending on how far we get, Janine Sanchez and Nicole Mobley as well, and then a Deputy Chris Ganstein.
But we will not be getting to the person who did the autopsy today.
No, autopsy, doctor for autopsy is being flown in on Sunday. So she'll be first thing on Monday morning. Arranging all these flights from Florida has been challenging.
I get it. Okay. All right. Anything from the defense? Okay, great. We'll see you.
All right.
Judge has his water and he's headed out of the building. Let's see if he normally turns off his camera because he's got control up there. Let's see if somebody else turns that off. If Mr. JS does that, maybe he won't. Okay. Let's see. Are there any questions we need to answer before we break for lunch? We do have a lot of people in chat, so I realize we'll sort of have to be patient here as we try to get the questions read. Mistrial possible due to one saying her blouse is pink and another saying purple? No. Generally, when they say let the record reflect that she's identified, that's acknowledging that. Sometimes we've heard, like in Zachariah Anderson's case, a witness described him as wearing a tuxedo when he was wearing a suit. It's not super important. I think they've done enough to identify them, and even if they get the words or the colors a little wrong, it should be all right. Judge made a comment about him wearing a blanket all day long. Yes, it's hot. Those judges' robes, a nice, high-quality, tailored judge's robe can be like $450, $600. They're crazy, crazy expensive. A judge might be wearing leather chaps, possible. You're riding his horse home for lunch. Judge has gone to sunbathe. The attorneys on the defense seem to, maybe they're snow skiers or something. They seem to have a little more color to their skin on the camera, and so I know it's not the camera balance. So they just might have a little bit of redness in their face, and they might just be really frustrated that they have to be there. I don't know. If Judge Schroeder is watching us, we still love you, Your Honor. Yes, Judge, appreciate all you've done for us. What's for lunch? I don't know. I just had the early lunch cookies. I'm gonna pop my head out in a minute and see what we're gonna do for lunch. I like to enjoy lunch with my kids. How come some judges say, "Do you promise to tell the truth?" Blah blah blah, or "So help you God," and some don't. The actual oath they say varies from courtroom to courtroom. Some say in the current matter, like the one we saw in Utah with Gwyneth Paltrow. It was a civil case, but the swearing in witnesses, they said in the matter before the court or in this current matter before the court, they had just inserted different things. Basically, the oath is pretty much the same. Some have you put a hand on the Bible. Some have you just swear or affirm. There are different ways you can do that. But basically, you just have to commit to telling the truth, to be under oath, and it can be done a couple different ways. Can't become a member on mobile. Marcia, it's a little bit tricky. You have to go through, if you're on like an iPhone, you have to go through Safari and access YouTube in Safari and then sort of use it through that. The reason is Apple and YouTube get in a fight, and Apple says if you buy anything on a phone, we get a cut of it. And obviously, YouTube says we don't want to give you a cut, so we're not going to make that option available to do that. They'll have to go through the website. You can do it. It gets a little tricky. It takes some trial and error, but it's possible. How many witnesses on the prosecution list? I thought there were 50, Nicole. That was my gut. I'm going to have to go back and check to see that. Let's see. Letecia, another daughter, 8 years old, was referenced. What did I miss? Yes, she has a younger daughter that is hers by blood and not Al's by blood, that was 8 years old. Lena, I believe is her name. Don't understand why the courtroom can't have a comfortable temperature for the judge. Don't want a cranky judge. Yeah, this judge seems to run everything except the thermostat in his courtroom. Let's see. Let's go here so we can let no dead horse go unbeaten. Thank you, Mr. Harpootli. Enough. The sounds are back up for the rest until we break here. Let me see if we've got any more questions. I will ask, because there's so many people talking in chat, if you could just tag me by putting like the @recovery addict sign, like Color Me Abstract did. That will help me be able to pick out your question from amongst the chats. I don't want to miss any of them, and it doesn't require a super chat or a member or anything to ask a question. I just have to be able to see it. That's it. The oath is different everywhere, so Sarah Boone's interrogation was, do you promise and swear? Mm-hmm. Let's see. Lena is Al's daughter and Gannon's full sister. Harley is her daughter from previous match. I said that completely backwards. Once again, messing up the family tree on this case. I do apologize. Thank you, Mr. Upper Torso, for that. Lena is Al's daughter. Yes, I was wrong. Please erase what I said before. We'll strike that from the record, and I'll withdraw the statement. Okay, there's no live chat and then share and then save. Sometimes I have to click on the live chat to make it appear because of X chat out. It should be there. It's happening. I can see it. People are talking. Sometimes closing out the application and reopening it might fix it. Is she housed with general population or on suicide watch or anything like that? I'm not aware of that. She is in the jail right now and has been for some time. When is Sarah Boone trial? Arkansas Magnet Fisher, Sarah Boone trial, which we're all anxiously waiting for. Sadly, another case involving a suitcase. It's going to be out of Florida. It's slated. It was for April 10th. So basically it was going to start Monday. But it got pushed out because defense is having a hard time finding an expert witness to say that that Sarah Boone was a battered wife. They're looking for an expert witness to testify on that, and they have a budget of $10,000, and the two are not matching up. The people who can testify to that won't do it for that little amount of money, and so they're looking elsewhere to try to find somebody to testify and not having any luck. The judge has told them that, hey, we've already pushed this long enough. It might be that you have to go to trial without the case you'd like, indicating that he's not going to keep pushing this as long as they say they can't find an expert witness. But either way, they did give them another continuance. The case got pushed out. We're now looking at a July 24th date to start a jury trial. Samantha says, celebrated my brother's 40th last night. Way too much fun. Sending positive light and energy to everybody today. Thank you, Samantha. How long is this trial supposed to last? Tanya, this one they said was 6 to 8 weeks, which I just can't see that happening. With what we're seeing now. I think 4 weeks would be a stretch because we're going through witnesses so quickly without any cross that, there's just going to be nothing left to do. So 6 to 8 weeks was penciled in on the calendar. I really doubt it's going to take that long. Has Harley been charged? I'm not aware that she has. I don't think so. There's over 140 on the witness list. Okay, I was thinking 50 for some reason. 140 is a little bit more. I'll see if I can pull that up and review that. I know that Harley is on the witness list as well. We'll probably be hearing from her. Let's see. Any more comments? Kitty Kitty Bang Bang says congrats on 11.5 subs. Holy cow. That is awesome. Thank you. All the cool kids are doing it. You guys are the cool kids. Thank you so much for being here and making this such a fun place.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Oh, Gabby Gab says, all right, we need background checks on purchasing suitcases. Seriously. Let's see. I've noticed I can't tag names when I'm using my phone in chat. Can tag on a laptop. Yeah, it's just how the application works. It's easier to use on a PC or a laptop, a Mac or a PC. Someone asked how long you've been covering trials. Pauline, I actually started live streaming during the Darrell Brooks case. The first day we had 13 people all day in chat, and it was so much fun. It was the first time I'd ever done it, and I've been covering cases since then. It grew very quickly. So it started at 13. By day 4, we had 13,000 people come through during the course of the day. So it's sort of exploded. You guys say that I've created an amazing thing, but really I just discovered an amazing community, and you guys have been very welcoming that way. And thank you so much for that. Suitcases are in the murder supply aisle at Walmart. Yes, we saw that from the. Let's see, what trial was that? That's going to be the Zachariah Anderson trial, where he did his shopping at the murder aisle in Walmart. Let's see. A 5-day waiting period for suitcases. And you have to show your passport to prove that you're actually going somewhere. Thank you, Debbie. It has been crazy fast, and I'm learning so much because I didn't do this before, and so everything I'm doing, I'm learning, and you guys are very patient with me as I make mistakes and try to improve things. So I appreciate that. Matthew Harris Law with a 3-month member anniversary. Time to listen to the emojis. No, I've got that turned off, but monkey with the hands over the ears. So that was a million emojis, Matthew. It was good to have you on the phone earlier today as well. We will have to do that again. Let's see. Short of breath is one of those, is on that police document. SOB. Yes. Okay. We got that. Short of breath. Not the other SOB, right? Who is Lena's biological mother? Would that be... I don't want to wade in here. I've messed up twice already on the family tree. I need somebody else to answer that question. I'm gun shy now. All that work wasted. Sorry, Matthew. The 3-month anniversary ones don't, or the anniversary messages don't automatically announce, and I don't know how to get them to do that. But I'll see if I can figure that out. Let's see. Amiss says, typing this on my phone to see if it's highlighted. This is how it looks on my screen. It looks like it worked. Amy C. Could it be that they rescheduled for 6 to 8 weeks before they decided on the insanity defense? I think a different case might take longer. Yes. RA Addict, 100%. You could definitely have, that could be, you hit it right on the head. A typical trial with all those witnesses, you would expect a 6 to 8 weeks, but we might get much less than that. I'm on Safari. How do I buy membership for gifts? On Safari, you have to go to the YouTube page and find my channel, the Recovery Addict channel, and then there's a join button, and that join button allows you to buy memberships or gift memberships. So Landon is the daughter's mom. Let's see. Motion is denied. Okay. Any other questions before we take a break? Megan, I'm glad you found the channel as well. Can you reply to someone's comment if on your computer? Yes, on your computer you can type the @ symbol and start typing their name, and it will pop up on chat, and you can just select them, and that way it will highlight it. Matthew Harris, there's okay. Now, if you'd put your comment on there, it would have read all the emojis, Matthew. If you had put the comment on there, I think you got hasty and clicked send without the emojis. You need to put the two together. Did the other daughter witness anything? Was she there when the defendant committed all this? The younger daughter was in school. The older daughter was at work. Younger daughter came home from school, was told she can't come in the house. She needs to stay outside and ride her bike. Older daughter came home from work, picked up the younger daughter in the car, and I believe left somewhere. So I don't think they witnessed anything, at least they're in the house. Let's see. Harley has been cleared. What is the Discord called? If you type !Discord and as just your comment in chat.
Let no dead horse
The
go
bot will
unbeaten.
reply with a link to Discord. The Discord channel is called As the Gavel Falls, I believe. Sorry, I just had a brain cramp. I cannot remember now. I think it's As the Gavel Drops or As the Gavel Falls. Incredible true crime Discord channel where they've been welcoming to us to allow us to hop on there as a community and enjoy all that they have to offer. I'm going to go to the post office. If I can wrap up here before lunch is over, I will definitely run to the post office and see if there's anything there. Let's see. A friendly reminder that yesterday's stream is the affidavit is posted and was super helpful. Thank you, Rachel. I did lose my voice after reading that stream for 2 hours. Matthew, I'm going to have to teach you how to YouTube here in a little bit. Once again in the super chat, and there's nothing, no message attached to it. We need help for Matthew on how to get the emojis in. Maybe Tag could help with that one, or AJ if you're there. Yes, tonight, Weather Watch, Thomas and I have our podcast at 8 p.m. We'll be on this channel, so if you'd like to hear me and Weather Watch, who we haven't heard today, but we might, together just discussing some fun things, much lighter topics than what we covered today. Please ring the bell and plan on a late night with us for about an hour and a half or so. I don't know why the biological mother didn't have custody. I don't know how that split worked out or why. Let's see. I think that's it. I think we're all caught up. Matthew Harris is becoming desperate. Make sure you do a space after the last emoji. Here we go. Figured it out.
I will not be denied. Party popper part alternation mark love. Struck cat face giraffe pickup truck wind blowing face recycling symbol red exclamation mark and question mark monkey covering ears 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 face rolling on the floor laughing.
Okay, Matthew, it worked. Thank you for shortening the emoji list just a little bit for us, but it got through. Third time's the charm. Thank you, my friend, for your great support of the channel as well. Really appreciate you. Matthew, for those that don't know, is the reason why my channel now has playlists where you could go through and view, a whole series together, because he taught my wife how to do it. My wife set it up for me. But Matthew, thank you so very much for that. All right, let's go ahead and plan for lunch. Can somebody tell me, he said 1:15, right? Amber, thank you very much. This is the breakdown I was looking for. This is on the prosecution side. They have 96 law enforcement professional witnesses, 53 lay witnesses. That's going to be just average people like you and me, and 149 for a total of 149 state witnesses. That's a lot. Now, Alex Murdaugh trial, they had 250 some odd witnesses, and we didn't get all of them in. So it doesn't mean just because they have them on the list doesn't mean they're going to call them. It could be much shorter than that. Just depends how things go. So 1:50. So we're going to be back at 1 o'clock Denver time, which is 3 o'clock my time. That gives us just 53 minutes. We'll be back when we restart the live stream, because we do break for lunch. The first person in chat wins the internet. That's just a prize we've been giving away for months now. If you would like to win the internet, everything IP related could be yours. You just have to be first in chat once we restart it. The best way to do that is click the subscribe button and then ring the bell. You'll be notified as soon as we go live, and then just try to be the first person in chat. It is a little bit of a race. It takes a little bit of hard work and a little bit of luck to win, but it's a lot of fun. And once you win, if you really want to, I think for 50 cents on the channel, we do provide a digital certificate of internet ownership to commemorate your win. It's under in the store section for the channel, where you can buy your own digital copy. You have to write in your own name, because, hey, 50 cents, that's about all we can do. The 50 cents actually all goes to the fee. There's no profit made on that, just so you know. That's just the minimum that they would allow me to enter and not go in the hole every time somebody bought it. So I think that's it. Thank you all for being in chat. Thank you to the wonderful mods who have kept things running and smooth here for all of you. I appreciate your patience as I've led you all astray on various familial relationships in this case. I'll try to get that straightened out. If during the break you want some more legal content, I do recommend Matthew Harris's channel. Go ahead and give that a watch. Brandy Churchwell also has a summary video that she's posted. I think it posted yesterday of the preceding days of the case. So you want to, if you missed some days there and need to catch up, she usually does that in half an hour or less, and it's some great stuff as well. So you can find her link and Matthew's link on the Friends of the Channel page if you go to YouTube and just look up Recovery Addict Channel. Do I have an email? Yes, I do have an email, undercovermother2020. You can also find that on my About page, but it is MD Recovery Addict. So MD Recovery Addict standing for metal detecting, not doctor. MD Recovery Addict at gmail.com. That'll get to me. That's it. I think I've done all the important bits, and we can now proceed with lunch. I'm excited to have lunch with my kids, and we'll be back here in about 50 minutes. 50 minutes or so. Thank you, everybody. You guys are amazing. If for some reason you're not able to return and join us for the second half of this day, please, tonight when you go home, hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. We'll see you in about 50 minutes, and we'll be back for part 2 of this trial. It'll be probably more officers testifying. No autopsy pictures yet. That'll be coming on Monday. But thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate the support. Thanks to all the new subscribers today. You guys are amazing. We'll see you in a little bit. Thanks.